exactly the same thing as the other two. So I think my perception never from the first guy that did that, I was identifying as the woman who always get cheated on.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. So you've identified that you were identifying as that person, right? Do you
Yes.
feel confident in the knowing that you're not identifying as that person anymore?
That's what I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because obviously because of all the thoughts still coming up and if a guy would approach, it's like I wanna be in the moment, but then I think like, okay, I'm not gonna try and see this guy the same as I saw them.
Mm-hmm.
But I still feel like I'm identifying with that, but I want to believe that I'm not.
Well, it's okay. Feelings, trying to think that you're not, all of that is irrelevant, right? We go beyond that, right? The thinking will always leave room for doubt. The trying to feel it will always leave room for doubt. It's just accepting it as a fact that that's not who you are anymore. Right? So
Yes.
this is the next stage. You're doing perfect. You're doing wonderfully, goddess, right? You have seen beautifully. This is what has happened, but that's not who I am. This is who I am. But now you're having this struggle in your mind where you're trying to
Correct.
change everything up here. What I'm saying is all of this up here is going to be fleeting. You trying to change your thoughts to match, it makes no difference. The acceptance of the truth. It's just a fact. It's just the truth that that's not who you are anymore. So it's choosing your identity as an absolute statement of certainty. And once you choose that, now just relax into that knowing. Let that knowing fill you up. Okay? From there, even if you have a thought that's contrary, remind yourself the thought doesn't matter. The thought is just a thought. But I am, which is the truth, the absolute fact of who I am, is unchanging, and you've already decided who you are.
Yes, because I've already decided that I
Exactly.
am. I am source.
Exactly.
And none of my old experiences defines my I am.
Exactly. In the same way that you define that I am source, I am becomes that foundation, right? And now you can add whatever you want on top of that identity. So that I am, which is just who you are, okay? You can say I am always adored. Now that becomes your identity. That is that becomes the core identity of you. It's just the truth. The same way I am source is the truth, I am adored becomes the truth. I am prosperity. Those things are the truth. They don't require your belief or doubt. They're just the truth of who you are. Does that make sense?
Yes,
So
it
I,
does.
so I think going to that point will help you have a means to get out of your mind. Because
Yes.
constantly staying and trying to wrestle with the belief and wrestle with the feeling, it's gonna lead to it's the pendulum, right? You're someday if you feel good, you're like, oh yeah, I believe it. But then if you don't feel so good, you say, I don't know if I believe it. Right?
Yes.
That's the danger, right? Leave that behind, right? The mind cannot grasp the truth, but you know the truth, so it doesn't matter. So you accept that truth. Yeah, I am adored. I am prosperity. I am loved, right? This is how the beautiful men in your life treat you. You are not a prisoner of your past. You are the liberator. You have undid the chains. You are free to walk in the perfection that you are, right? So when you accept that as your truth, now watch, now nothing else matters. The thoughts, the doubts, the fears, the emotions, they don't matter because this is just the truth of who you are and it must be reflected anyway.
Yes, so that's what I've been trying to do this last week since I followed you. So, and I must say, I feel much more relaxed. Um, if I notice thoughts, I just remember I'm the one watching those thoughts. I'm not those thoughts. They don't matter. I am who I am, no
Yes,
matter what.
absolutely. Absolutely. So,
Yes.
okay, and what part of that do you believe you're struggling with? Do you believe that it's just yeah, just talk to me. Give me what part of that do you still feel like you are struggling with?
I think it's the thing where I have decided that I am source. It's like my mind is telling me, no, you can't be source.
Okay.
How is that possible? Because if you are source, everything you say must happen now. Because when God said there was light, there was light. He didn't wait for the light to come. So why are you waiting?
What are
And I'm
you?
thinking to, so then I look at this
But
and I
let
step
me
back
ask
and I
first.
think,
Let me ask you a question before you go first. So, when you say it must happen now, what are you referencing to? What are you referencing?
well, basically, if I am,
Mm-hmm.
then my desires should show up in my reality now.
But you are reality.
Yes, so that is what my mind is trying to tell me, and then I go like, no, it's already mine.
Yeah.
It's already mine now. I might not see it yet, but it's mine. So that is like the fight that I'm having with the mind.
So
Like,
so let me ask you another question. Do you believe that the more that you try to battle the mind, okay, the more that the mind battles back.
correct.
What about allowing the mind to be what it is and knowing that you still are what you are?
Yeah, that's what I should do.
That wouldn't that be easier? So instead of making the prior, because what it sounds like, and I'm just speaking from what I hear, okay, what it sounds like is you're still taking the same thinking of trying to flip thoughts. Oh, the mind says this, and I remind it, no, I am not that. This is who I am. You don't have to argue with it. The truth doesn't have to be argued. The truth is just the truth.
I hear what you're saying. And I think that is also because of the 4 years that I followed the LOA coach. It's like I'm into that habit now. If the mind says something, I want to flip it. And I should just stop doing that, because whether I flip it or not, the truth still stays the truth.
Exactly. So I think this will help everybody. Let's illustrate a story, right? Let's imagine that right now, I am is everything. Okay, it's infinity. It's the entire universe. This is all you. You have the illusion that you're in this body, but this body is actually within you. It's within your awareness. You are all that there is. Now, this body is this, if you condensed everything that there was, not even condensed it, if you started zooming in and you got to this little piece of you right here, that is the ego. Okay? Now, all that there is, infinity, is untouched by the ego. God is untouched by your feelings. God is untouched by your thoughts. God is untouched by your wishes. God is untouched by your negative or positive feelings in it, because God just is. Right? So now, this little part, right? We have decided, okay, I am prosperity. All right, I am love. And now this small part, this ego self, this little ball within infinity says, this situation looks like this. I don't feel so good. And so now you get caught in the illusion, right? You get pulled into that trap. You get pulled in the circumstance. And now you're starting to trip out about it. Remember, I am is untouched. I am is still carrying out the truth. It's untouched by whatever's going on in the ego. So I don't have to flip and remind the ego that I'm not it. The ego, it doesn't matter. You get what I'm saying? So if infinity is doing the work, if the ego says, no, it's not going to work out. No, you're not like this. Does that mean that the ego has stopped infinity? No, infinity is doing whatever. So what good is it for me to come down here to the ego level and say, no, I got to flip this. I got to flip this. It's not doing anything anyway.
Yes.
Right? So now what I do is I rest in the knowing of the fullness that I am. It becomes a practice of resting, of stillness, right? This is what it means by that Sabbath, by the quote unquote Sabbath, right? The Sabbath is, it's done. It's already done. So I rest in the knowing it's done. I rest in the clarity that I am source, that I am adored. Okay, the chatter can happen, but I know that that's just a small self. That character, that small part of me, that ego, the character could forget, but I am never forgot. And so when I remember, it's not that I'm trying to shut up the ego. I just remember the truth. Oh, I am has been doing the work the whole time. It's been done the whole time. And so I just rest into that knowing. And that's the remembrance. It's remembering that this part of me is untouched by that small part of it.
hear you.
Does that make more sense?
Yes,
Does that help?
definitely. It does help.
Cool. Any concerns about it? Any other questions about it? How do you feel about that?
No, I don't think I've got any more questions. I think it was just the fact that, to get out of that flipping the mind and things like that. But I know I'm on the right path.
You absolutely are. And even just to go a little bit further on that, the only way to get out of flipping the thoughts is to well, not the only way. There's not an only way, right? But the best way from my individual perspective is to rest in the knowing of who I am. It's to make the priority of my life to rest in presence, right? It's to be presence. It's to train my body more and more to just be in the present moment, right? And even when I forget and I drift off, I remind myself, nope, I am's been doing it the whole time. But I constantly bring myself to the resting, right? Because in this present moment, I don't need to battle anything. There's nothing wrong. So that's always been the most helpful thing about me. Or for me, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna try and train myself to just stay more in the knowing and the resting and know it's done. Doesn't matter what the mind says, doesn't matter what the 3D shows, it's done.
Exactly. And are you also, so I know we talked about the training, but are you also clear on just because you're trying to train the body, it doesn't make you any less divine. It's still all working out for you. It's still already done. The only reason that I say to train the body is just to prevent ourselves from unnecessary suffering and trying to fight the mind.
Correct. I do understand that.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Absolutely. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you more.
Cool. Before you leave, anybody else up here have questions on that story, on what we just talked about? Okay, perfect.
Summarize.
Go ahead.
Summarize. Because that was a lot.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was asking for a recap because that was a lot of information.
Absolutely. I got you. So in the recap, you will always have doubts. You will always have I can't say always, but oftentimes you're going to have doubts. You're going to have fears. You might have feelings that come up. Fortunately for us, it's not the doubts. It's not the fears. It's not the feeling. It's not the ego that's creating. So I don't have to get sucked in to the thoughts right here, to the thoughts of that small self. I don't have to get caught in thinking that this little part of me, which is separate from infinity, is doing any work. So when we're trying to flip thoughts or say, well, no, I am it. No, I am it. What we're doing is we're just fighting with the ego. And the ego is just this one point. When infinity is all that there is, that is you, that's what's doing the work. So we talk about presence. Whether you're present or not, everything is unfolding for you. Presence becomes a way for us to avoid suffering because we're sitting around and trying to fight our mind all damn day. I'll stop right there for a second. That makes sense so far?
Yes. So, I think like a real world, they're all real, but so if I'm sad right now, it's not arguing with the sadness or the ego, just taking a breath, slowing down.
That's it. You can do that. You can keep going. It doesn't matter. It's just the remembering that I am does the work. That I am doesn't work. It would be, so I want y'all to, okay, let me put it in a different perspective, okay? Let's imagine Jesus having a bad day. And somebody saying, hey, I need to be healed. And him saying, let me just remind my ego that everything is okay first and then heal you. There was none of that because it was never the small part. It was never the ego that was doing anything anyway. It doesn't need to be convinced. The only thing that matters is my knowing that I'm source. It's my knowing that I am does the work. That I am does the work. So it's not about you. It's not about me convincing the ego anyway. Even if I convince it, it's not doing anything, so it doesn't matter. The convincing is a soothing thing. Right? It's a soothing thing that we can do for ourselves. But what I'm saying is, if you want to kind of get behind that or beyond that, it's starting to develop presence, conscious presence. And in that conscious presence, you become more of an observer of your thoughts and your emotions, and you can handle them in a way that does not lead to suffering. But whether you want to soothe yourself or not, right? It's the reminder that you're reminding yourself that this ego is separate, right? It's not doing anything. Infinity, I am, which is everything, is doing the work. The ego is just this small part of my personality. So when I come down to it and I think, oh, I need to convince it that everything is going right, I need to convince it that everything is okay, you're doing that for you. That has no impact on the I am that is actually doing the work.
Yep. Yeah. Good reminders, because that's what I've been doing. Yeah, just the uncomfortableness, because we've talked about this. It's just very uncomfortable. But I hear you when you say there's no point in fighting it. It'll just fight back harder.
Yeah, trying to push it away. Like you're. Yeah. Anybody else have something to say or want to respond to that on the? I know y'all know what I'm going to say about emotions, but anybody else have a way that they deal with emotions? Okay, so y'all quiet now? Okay, cool.
Okay, so the way I deal with my emotions is, if I'm sad, I cry. Because I know my emotions doesn't manifest. And it's okay to be sad. There's nothing wrong with being sad. I mean, it's your human side that's coming out. You gotta be sad. I mean, can you imagine if we're not sad, that how boring would that be? We would never see any people crying. So for me, it's like you gotta look at your emotions and feel your emotions, because otherwise you're just going to numb it and you're going to push it away, and at one point you're actually going to break and you're just going to start out in tears and you're not going to even know why you're crying. So if you're sad, it's okay to be sad. So I cry. If I'm sad, I cry. I think it's okay to cry. It's okay to be sad, just like it's okay to be happy and all those things. I don't ever push my emotions away.
100% agree. So let me ask everybody else another question following up to that. Are y'all clear that that your emotions, no matter how happy or sad that you are, you still are worthy and deserving of everything that you desire? Are you clear on that?
Yes.
Yeah, clear.
Cool. So if you're clear on that, so now what would be the best way for you to handle those emotions? Glow on. Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna tap in. Sorry if I sneeze, guys. I'm sick. But the way that I see it is, you know how they say we're the sky, and your thoughts are like clouds. But I see it like we're a flashlight, right? So we're a flashlight. No matter what, that flashlight will always have light. Will always be light, right? And the way you can see thoughts, especially negative, see them like balloons, right? You see the balloons like a kid. You see the balloons and you go, that's a blue balloon, that's a red balloon, that's a yellow balloon. You can say that's an angry thought, that's a scared thought, that's a bullshit thought, So you have the way that you're seeing the thoughts. The thing is, you don't grab the balloon, you don't take it home, you don't say that this is my balloon. You just see it as a way a child would see it, which is not calling it out, but just saying like, okay, I'm having a negative thought. What does this thought make me feel? It's making me feel scared. But just because you feel the scared emotion doesn't mean that you have to connect a story to it. You don't have to take that balloon. That balloon is not your balloon. So don't grab it. You just see it. Know that it's the balloon. You saw it. That's it. That's just how I see it. I try to dumb things down like in a kid way. That's what my page is about. Because sometimes I can't understand things in a really complex way. I just kind of dumb it down. I hope that helped.
Absolutely beautifully stated. Beautifully stated. Anybody have questions on that or want to go deeper into that?
I don't have questions. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You're good. All right, thank you. So I don't have questions, but I have another insight on it. I'm thinking like if everything is like the I am, then my thoughts and the ego is also the I am. Why would I try and fight myself? I am the I am. My thought is the I am. The ego is the I am. There, like it's also an expression just as equally valid as my desire. There's no point in like fighting the one or the other or thinking one is better. Like if you feel, I feel like if I have a desire for something, then whatever thought that seems it's in a way, if it's if it's the expression of the same source, they cannot get in the way of each other. The same source will make space for that desire to flow through the thought because it's the same. Like they're from they have the same essence. I don't know if this was clear.
It was very clear. I loved it. Any questions on that? So let me say something then. So remember, y'all, so the reason why I want to have this conversation is because there are infinite ways for you to properly manage your thoughts and emotions. Infinite ways. Okay? And so getting the different perspectives, use what works for you, right? We're all in this together. So if you have things that help you, share them, right? Because I know one of the things that really pulls a lot of people on this journey is this specific person journey, right? And it can lead to a lot of pain, right? It can lead to us it really does lead to you becoming this extremely self-actualized individual because of what you have to deal with on this journey. Huh? But whether you want to think of your thoughts as something to simply swipe away or observe, whether you want to think of all of them as absolutely perfect and still you can have the flow of I am, it's all the same thing. When it comes down to it, it's I am. It is source that's doing the work. How you manage the irrelevant thoughts and emotions are up to you. We want to find a good way to handle those things in a way that does not give them power. So you're sitting here believing that just because you feel an emotion, which is part of this human experience, or just because you have a thought that's part of this human experience is keeping you from getting what you want, because that's absolutely not true. Cool. Who's anybody else want to share anything else? Anybody else want to give their story or what they're struggling with? Appreciate you, my good brother. Go ahead.
Hello. I've been struggling with for a while. You see, I'm in my first year of college, right? And I hate it. It's really hard, and I never liked school, so I don't know why I went to college, but I guess I for a while I've been wanting to feel free. What I really want to do is travel and stuff like that, and it's hard to feel even happy in life, because how can I feel happy when I feel trapped? Because I have to go to college every day, and I have to finish my year, and I can't really do what I want to do until college is over. And even if I try to assume like that I'm free or stuff like that, well, I'm constantly doing things that contradict it. like I'm constantly going to college, and so I just don't know how to feel happy, you know?
I got you. So let me ask you a question. What is it about college that you don't like? Is it simply the fact, not simply the fact, I don't mean to reduce it or anything like that. What I'm saying is there anything outside of because you're at college you don't feel like you're free? What is the actual story, the reason why you are suffering right now?
Well, I've never I get good grades, but I'm quite a I'm very stressed sometimes with grades and stuff like that. And I feel like college and I mean school, the system in general was made for people who are smart. I mean, I know I'm smart, but not in a school type of way, if you know what I mean. Like,
For,
I'm smart in a lot of. I'm very artistic. I'm very, and school. It isn't really for me. The grades. It's hard, and I don't. Even the people there. Sometimes I don't really find myself to be connecting with anyone.
well, but Goddess, let me
So
stop you. Let me stop you, because first of all, right? I can tell that you're smart, right? So let's not do that thing, right? You are extremely intelligent. I can already tell that, all right? Just for you to be in the position that you're in right now, doesn't that require a level of intelligence?
it does. Yes,
But
I worked really hard for it, but it was. It also went, against my. Well, I struggle a lot mentally because obviously I had to work hard to be here, but it's not what I really want to do.
but my love, okay, so let's talk about what you really want to do. And now I want to, do you understand that whatever you want to do, there's infinite paths to get there?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, okay. Well, let's start like this. What do you really want to do?
Um, I want to make music. I want to travel. Um, in general, anything to do with music is just. I mean, I love music so much that I do anything
Beautiful.
related to music.
So what are you doing right now related to music? What are you doing when it comes to school or just in your personal life? What are you doing in terms of music?
I play pretty much everyday instruments, and I also, me and my brother, we both love music, so we have sort of a little duo, and we try to sing in events or stuff like that.
Gotcha. You said a little duo. You meant a big divine duo? Is that what you meant to say? So okay. Let me when let me give you. I'm gonna give you some worldly advice. Okay, I'm gonna step into big brother mode. I'm gonna give you some worldly advice, and then we're gonna talk about it from a spiritual or metaphysical perspective. So honestly, I don't remember most of the things that happened in college. I spent a lot of time drunk. I spent a lot of time partying. But what I do remember are the relationships that I built. Right, a lot of people that I went to school with, I still do business with them. Right, we make money together. We do certain things together. Right, so it wasn't even about the education per se, right? The education part is just you go to class, you pass the class, you get the degree, yippee, you walk across the stage, and nobody ever asks you what your GPA is again. Okay, but those relationships. Now, the relationships are important. Now let me break it down to you like this. Okay, let's say that right now, let's pretend that you are all that there is, right? Because you're God. And right now you have this beautiful desire to do music, to have music be the center of your existence. Okay? And so because of that desire, there are literally infinite ways for you to get there. You don't know who could be in the next class that you take. You don't know who your next teacher could be. You don't know what performance could go through the school. And because you're part of some club or you're doing good in some class, you get an opportunity to help somebody that, boom, catapults you. There are always going to be infinite ways for you to get what you want. The problem is never where we are. I have no doubt in my mind that you can handle classes, that you can handle school. But what I do see when you're telling your story, the thing that stood out to me the most is the heaviness that you put on school, because it doesn't seem like it's in alignment with what you want. I mean, you don't see any path to get from school to what you want to do. But here's the thing. You are the path. School's not the path. You doing something outside of school is not the path. You doing your gigs on the side isn't the path. You are the path. So when you decide right now, it's not about looking out there and judging what is going on perfectly. It's not about, we'll never be able to predict and see. This is why even scripture will tell us, right? Do not judge by appearance, but judge righteously. When Jesus says, I am the way, what he was actually trying to say was that if you have a desire to do this music, you are the way. It's literally you. So right now, when you make that decision that this is who I am, this is how life is going to present itself to me, this is who I'm going to be, what you're going to find out is when you accept that music is your life, that it will be successful, that you are built for success, which your divine ass is. When you decide that, now every single moment will become magical. What you're going to notice is that school is even going to open up doors for music. The people that you meet are going to open up doors by introducing you to other people that are going to open doors for music. Everything becomes a step to get you to what you want. But so often we put on tunnel vision because we think, oh, it has to look like this to be success. And then the second part, well, first of all, I'll stop right there. But I don't want to forget the next part. Let me write it down. Any questions on that so far?
No, I understood. Another thing is I live in France, so
Okay.
And it's funny actually because I mean I'm half English and half French, and I've never actually liked France that much, and I've always had this kind of blockage in my head that I can't get what I desire in France because
Blockage. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Keep going.
well, because I've always related more to England. Like as a person, I feel like I have more friends in England, and I mean, even my family, I feel closer to my family in England, even though I live in France. And even with people in France, I don't listen to any French music. I'm not really into, French culture and French anything. And so when I'm in France, I just feel disconnected to the country and the people.
You feel disconnected, you say? Okay, cool. I got you. This is point number 2. All right, keep going.
And yeah, I guess I know it's been holding me back because it's all in my head. I know it's all in my head.
Okay.
But I know I can get everything I desire here. But it feels like I'm constantly waiting to be in the right place or the right time to finally start affirming what I want.
But you are the right place and you are the right time. You're waiting for something outside of you. You're constantly waiting. You're constantly saying, well, school isn't the right path. Well, this location isn't the right path. Where the people feel disconnected. Where everything is disconnected. I feel like we're gonna have to walk down this path together though in this conversation. Right? So when I say that you are the path, do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
What do I mean?
It's the same as I am source.
Exactly, right? So if you're the path, right, it doesn't matter where you are, the path unfolds from you. If you need to be in another place, guess what? Magically, naturally, things are going to show up that lead you down that. All of a sudden, somebody's going to offer you some kind of scholarship. All of a sudden, something is going to happen that's going to put you into a different place. Right now, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Exactly. You might not see it. It might not feel that way. But those things, those feelings, they don't matter. You are all powerful. You're not just powerful. You're not powerful when situation looks right. You're not powerful when you feel better. You're not powerful when it looks like everything is okay. You are all powerful right now. But the story that you're telling is constantly about, well, I don't feel this way. That's fine, right? Or it's, well, I don't feel that connection. Or, I want to be in this place. All of those things are fine, and all of those things will unfold. Okay? They will absolutely unfold. But right now, the first major step is for you to accept the truth of who you are. Is that everything is perfect and everything is working out because you are perfect and you have decided. And when you rest in that power, now the path lights up from you. But the path doesn't light up outside of you. You are the path. You're the one who decides that every step that you take is magical, or you're the one that decides that just because something looks off or it doesn't feel right, that it's not the path. But you're more divine than that.
Yeah. It's quite nice to hear that I'm in the right place right now, because you've got no idea how long I've been telling myself that I can't wait to move or go elsewhere, and it's nice to realize that I've been in the right place this whole time and that I'm always in the right place.
Yes. Are you clear when I say that and I say you're always in the right place because you are the right place? Are you clear on that part?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. You are reality. Okay. You are source. You are reality. You are all powerful. You have the power to decide and assume that everything is perfect because you're perfect, or nothing is, or everything is off, right? And the story that you've been telling is one that things are off, but they're not, because you're not off. You've just been judging things by appearance. Give yourself, let me say this, right? Give yourself permission to have a beautiful life right now. Give yourself permission to accept that everything is working out perfectly and unfolding perfectly through you right now. You're already, it's not about you getting more powerful. You're already it. It's just about you accepting the truth of your existence, the truth of who you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Any questions on that?
Thank you. Nope. None.
Cool.
Because I've known about the law of assumption and in general manifestation for a long, long time, but again, I always had this idea that any negative thought or any stuff like that came in my head meant that I wouldn't get what I want, but I know it's not true.
Not at all. And I've been seeing you in the comments too, so don't think you just been flying invisible. I've been seeing you in the comments. So I appreciate you for joining. Does anybody else? Oh, no problem, goddess. Does anybody have questions for or questions about what we talked about? All right. I guess it's perfect. Oh, fig tree. Oh, there we go. Fig tree. I know you had a question. Or this. Oh yeah. I gotta mute. Everybody mute.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry. This is my first time joining any live on TikTok. So I'm just a little rusty.
Oh, you good?
First of all, thank you for all that you do. I really enjoy your content, and I just love your voice.
I
It's so
appreciate
soothing.
you. I appreciate you.
Sometimes, if I can't fall asleep, I just like play your videos and just like I don't know. It's just calming for
I
me.
appreciate you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Um, so I've been learning about the law of assumption, and just trying to like really anchor myself in the I am awareness. Like
Ooh,
I
my
refer to
bad.
myself as like
My bad.
the pure awareness.
Hey, before
Um,
one second. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I just want to clear one chapter and then move to another. So I apologize. We're gonna get right back to you. Does anybody have questions on the last thing that we talked about before we move forward, or is everybody clear on the knowing that right now it's you are the path? Oh, there was a question on it. So I am the way. Is everybody clear on the I am the way? I am the way. I am the path. I am divine timing. Right. I am the divine unfolding of the path. Are y'all clear on that? Let me see here.
When you say I am the way, is that just, my ego can complain, bitch, moan, doesn't matter, I am the way? Is that what you mean?
In a sense, yes, right? But it's a little bit bigger than that, all right? So let's say right now that you all have a desire. That desire is to be this beautiful musician and play in front of crowds and make a living like that and impact beautiful people. What is the way to get there? Well, the human will automatically start thinking that, well, the situation has to look like this. I have to do this and that and that and this. All of those things are cool, right? And you can do all of those things. But the first thing to remember is that you are the way. When you accept that the path is inevitable, that you are the path, that this is who you are, this is how you will experience life. This is who I am. This is how reality will unfold. You become the way. Now everything that you do becomes magical, right? You do this gig, it becomes magical. All of a sudden you go to school and all of a sudden opportunities show up. It might not seem like they're showing up, but they're showing up. All of a sudden you go out to an event, a speakeasy, or you go to a live music event and you ended up bumping into somebody in the restroom and y'all have a conversation, exchange information, and that sets you on a different trajectory. Like, you are the way, right? Everything becomes magical when you realize that you are the path. So this is how most people do life. Most people will go through situations. Okay, they'll go through a class, they'll go through a semester, they'll go through a job, they'll go through a gig. And when they get to the end, they'll say, well, it didn't go well. I wish I had done this better. They will reactively, they'll get to the end and they'll look back and they'll judge themselves negatively. Instead, understand that you're the way. What if before you walked in, you decided, everything is unfolding perfectly for me right now, no matter what. There's infinite ways and I'm infinitely supported. And then you simply did the best that you could. You just did your best. You released the need to think that there had to be some kind of expectation, and you just knew that you were the way. This is what Jesus meant when he said, I am the way. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to get there. It doesn't matter if it looks like the path is uncertain. Like there's all these potholes. Like, I don't know. I'm doing this thing that I don't really want to do. And I really want to do all these other things. And I just don't feel like I am on the right way. It's us resting in the remembrance that, no. I am the way. Of course I'm on the right path because I am the path. I am the way. Make sense? I trust that means yes. I trust the silence means, yes, Alex, it makes perfect sense. So fig tree. let's get back to you. Sorry for interrupting you. I apologize.
Oh, no worries at all. I think you kind of like that was like an excellent segue into what I was gonna ask you about. So I understand in concept that we're all like one consciousness, and that's who we are, right? But for me, when people say you have to realize, when you realize this, when you realize this and that, like I'm able to make, because it's talked about so much in this community. I think I'm able to recognize that is the truth. But realization to me means like it has to happen, right? Like I have to know it through experience, right? Except for like little things here and there, I haven't really seen, or I haven't really seen myself as the operant power of my reality, right? So for me, like my question is, how do I practically? So when I hear about you're the path, you are it right now, you have everything you want, you desire, and I'm on my SP journey too, and I'm like looking for jobs, and the market is kind of shit, and I try to say to myself that I have it, and I try to like give myself the feeling of having it, but when I don't see it in my reality, I kind of like question myself a lot, and then like it's hard for me to trust the process, but I also like do not want to trust the process, because I don't know what else, like I don't know any other way to live. Like I want my life to be magically beautiful.
Okay.
And you see what I'm saying? Like practically, I'm struggling with having it now, right? I can see it since it's happening for the people around me.
Yeah.
I can see my desires coming to me or having it in the future. There's always like, oh, this is going to happen for me, right? And I'm still like I feel like the energy that I'm embodying is of someone who is going to get it, not someone that has it. So how do I practically arrive there?
How do you practically arrive there? Well, you couldn't even ask the question if you weren't already there. You can't so you are telling me, okay, how do I know that I'm God? How do I know that I have it? Well, you couldn't ask the question if you didn't have it. Your existence is proof. Now, let me ask you a question, because we're going to walk through this gradually. All right. We're going to walk through this gradually. When you say that you're trying to embody the feeling, what does that mean?
For me, that means like just trusting without doubting. It doesn't have to be like so choosing to trust. Now, it doesn't have to be, I trust this is working for me. I want, I feel like it's more gentle if I say to myself, and there's less resistance for me when I say I choose to trust that this is working for me, right? So that trusting, being confident, not worrying about whether I'm like messing this up or like with my thoughts and feelings or like imagining in the contrary, right?
What
just
makes
like
you
going about my day, like knowing that I have it, like almost like I don't know, like a signed contract or something. I don't know.
But you already do have the signed contract. So this whole knowing that you're talking about, it sounds like you're chasing some kind of feeling. It seems like you're chasing that. Oh, if I really knew it, I would feel a certain type of way. It sounds like
I wouldn't be thinking about it so much, right? Like,
See?
I mean, if I knew for sure that I had it, then I wouldn't be, like, I wouldn't have moments where I would be like, oh my gosh, what if this doesn't work out? Like, then what do I do? Like, I'm like very, like for me, one of the biggest things in my journey has been, why is this taking so long for me, right? What if this never comes? And I'm just like sitting here being delusional. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I sure do. I know exactly what you mean. Call me delusional Danny. You feel me? Delusional Derek. So yeah, I got you. So let's walk with that, right? What makes you think? Okay, are you clear when we talk about I am and ego? Are you clear on the differences?
differences, but when I like sit in silence, I kind of like sometimes I feel a separation from my body and my mind. There's like a little, there's this gentle separation that I feel sometimes, right? But I don't feel that throughout my day. So I'm feeling like I'm identifying with the ego.
So, what did you come down here to experience as God being a human? What did you come down here to experience?
What did I come down to experience? I think I came down to experience life as it is.
Right.
But
Okay.
I don't like the life that.
No. Nope. We ain't finna go there. So we gonna get there in a second. But watch this. So watch me cook real quick. All right. So if right now you came down here to experience life, a part of experiencing that life is separation, right? You have to it's a natural forgetting. If you remembered that you were God and you merged into everything and you did not feel separation, your mind would go crazy because you would merge just into everything. Okay? So the purpose of you coming down here to experience life is, or one of the purposes, one of the ways that you have to descend is you have to descend into separation. So separation itself is a part of your divinity. It's how God experiences itself. It's a natural part of this. But it sounds like you're judging that part as negative for some reason.
Yeah.
You descend. We forget the purpose of the forgetting is the same reason that you came down here. You said that you come down here to experience life as itself, life in general. Okay. So now when you have moments of forgetting, that's just you experiencing life. But you're judging it as something wrong. But it's not. It's just part of your divinity. It's God experiencing itself. Does that make sense so far? So even when you get sucked into that forgetting, okay, even when you don't feel that separation, all right, the large part of you, the God part of you has never forgotten.
Okay.
So I've explained it, but I don't know if you've been on when I was explaining that. When I say the God part of you doesn't forget and is untouched by the ego, do you understand what I'm saying when I say that?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not convinced. What do
I
I mean?
think no. I think I forget that it's untouched.
Okay.
I have moments where like, I'm just like so yeah, like I mean things happen on autopilot, right? And
Yeah.
then there are certain things that we have like there's a higher emotional stake or emotional charge behind it, and that seems like it
Yeah.
yeah, it's taking forever, right?
But you're
And I
just
always wonder like why there are things that are happening on autopilot. They may be wonderful things, but we don't just like focus on it. It's just because like we don't. I mean, there's no trying there, right?
What do you mean? Give me an example of what you're talking about.
I don't know. For example, there was this one person I wanted to just like talk to them. I haven't seen them in so long, and I just said to myself, "Oh, it would be nice to connect with them. Let me send a message." But then I forgot to do that, and then like the very next day, I got a link like for a community call.
Gotcha.
And it just I didn't like sit there like I didn't like feel like
You're
sit there
no.
like,
But
feeling
that's
the
not
visual
why.
feel.
Hold up. That's not why it happened though. You're just judging yourself. You've created an assumption because you've seen certain things happen like that. And now you're creating an assumption and saying, "Oh, and you're trying to study and saying, "Oh, well, because I quote unquote let go and didn't think about it, then it happened faster." No, it didn't. Everything shows up whenever everything shows up. Everything is instant within you. But we are the ones who start to build these assumptions on the illusion. We start judging ourselves and saying, "Oh, because I felt like this." You don't even know how you felt that moment. Like you're not even that person anymore. You're only who you are now. You can only assume and judge who you were but you're not that person. You're not in that same situation anymore. You're not in the same circumstance. You don't feel the same type of way. You have more information now. You're not that same person. So it makes no sense for you to judge or compare this version of you to that version of you. Y'all aren't the same. So it never comes down to what you're doing. It comes down to the story. What do I have to do to get it? Is always the wrong question. What do I have to remember I already am? If I'm telling a story that, oh, because I did this, things are slower, that's what's going to happen. Because I'm the one who is speaking that story into existence. So a lot of what you're talking about, it's about you confronting this illusion. Okay? You have lots of judgments about yourself. Okay? You have judgments about the illusion that you're in. And you're making it more and more real when you are the truth. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. But how do I not do that? Like, I mean, if I just say to myself, I decide that I'm not any of this, I reclaim my truth or whatever, but it doesn't feel any different.
It doesn't, see, you're chasing that feeling. Chasing that feeling is going to keep you chasing. You just are it right now. So instead of thinking that this is a feeling, right? Because, all right, let's walk through this, okay? So right now, you just are God, right? Every version of you already exists within you. You don't have to feel a certain way. You don't have to believe it. That's just the truth. It doesn't require your belief. It doesn't require you to feel a certain type of way. Matter of fact, if you feel positive about it or negative about it, it doesn't matter because it's just the truth. So you being God and having all these within you, what is the next step within that knowing? Well, now you can choose an identity. All right, so if the truth is I'm God and it's just the truth and all versions of me exist within me and that's just the truth, now what do I accept that I am right now as just the truth? That doesn't happen anymore because I am source, because I can choose, because I get to decide this is the truth of who I am. Now, the mind, the ego is going to want proof. So it's going to say, oh, well, I don't see anything. This is when you rest in the knowing that it doesn't matter, right? The ego is always going to look for proof. That's its job. But that part of you is not creating anyway. That part of you is just a mechanism that's right here, allowing you to see reality, allowing you to perceive separation. But infinity is everything. The ego is just here. Infinity is everything else. Even if the ego doubts, infinity is untouched. So even if I get sucked into the doubt and the fear and the anxiety, I just remind myself what? Oh, well, this part of me isn't creating anyway. It doesn't matter if I doubt or fear or believe. It doesn't matter if it feels good. If I feel good about it, cool. If I feel good about it, cool. But it's done anyway. If I don't feel good about it, okay, damn. It's getting done anyway. If I believe it, cool. It's getting done anyway. If I doubt it, cool. It's getting done anyway. It's treating your desires and your identity as the truth and not as something to chase. When your ego is down here, that little part of you, when you're trying to make yourself believe, this is infinity back here doing all the work. You're sitting here trying to convince the ego, and the ego has nothing to do with what you get. So leave it alone, right? You can convince it or you don't have to, right? But you could just sit back in the knowing that everything is working out no matter what. It just is what it is anyway.
Okay. I think I just, what I'm hearing is I just need to feel, I need to stop chasing the feeling of having it right now.
Yeah.
Because and I just need to get comfortable with feeling uncomfortable, just knowing that I have it, and there's just go back to the bigger picture.
I don't know if you have to feel comfortable with feeling uncomfortable. I think it's feeling comfortable with the knowing that no matter what you feel, you'll still have it. It's getting
Okay.
comfortable in that, right? It's you.
Okay.
One of the exercises that I propose to everybody, and I would highly recommend that you do this exercise, right? Is
Okay.
spend some time, like in the morning or at night, and remember your identity. Okay, okay, I am God. Perfect. This is how people treat me. Perfect. Now, however you feel in this moment, just accept this as the truth. Right now, this is the truth. All right. Now, let's say that I don't feel like it's the truth. It just doesn't feel right. You remind yourself, no. Doesn't matter how I feel, it's still the truth. If the mind says, no, it's not, so it doesn't matter what the mind says. It's still the truth. This is who I am. Everything is getting done no matter what. So what this allows you to do is just kind of rest in the acceptance of the truth.
Okay.
Most of us have been conditioned for so long to look and wait for proof out there to believe, to wait for a feeling. And this whole game is about knowing before you see. It's about acceptance of your identity, right? You are God, and that means you get to choose your character. And so that choosing of your character just requires you to accept. Just choose. Just accept that this is who you are. And so sometimes that can take a little bit of, it is a choice. It is a simple choice. But when you start sitting down and doing this, just being like, okay, yeah, I'm God. I don't feel like it. I still am. When you start accepting it, you're going to get comfortable in this identity. You're going to realize it is just like a name. You don't feel any kind of way about your name. You don't feel any kind of way about your age. Even if you forget about it for a little bit, or some of you do feel some kind of way about your age. Even
I
if
definitely do something about my age.
whatever, man. So even if you feel good or bad about your age, it doesn't matter. It just is what it is. It's just your age, right? So it's starting to treat our desires like that, right? Just accept it as the absolute truth. Accept it as the truth. So I think that'll help you a lot.
Okay, thank you. That's like a practical approach.
Yeah, now because so I did, yeah, of course. I know you wanted the practical approach, so there we go. But remember, even as you're doing that practice, it's not like after you get it down packed, everything works out. No. When you accept it right now, it's done. I am does the work, it's done. It's already good to go. Right? So it's just you trusting in that, or it's really you building that acceptance over time to keep you from suffering and like running into struggling with your ego. So these techniques, these practical approaches, like this acceptance technique or just working on presence, it's not that these are requirements for you to get what you want, right? You're a guy, you can have whatever the fuck you want. It's that they keep us from suffering, from sitting around and battling the ego and emotions all day.
Okay. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you more. Before you leave, does anybody on have questions about that? Are y'all clear on that? Y'all have anything you want to add on that?
Alex,
Yes.
I think a lot of people would want to know if you accept something once, it is done. Do we have to remind ourselves? Because my view on this, if I've accepted my truth once, I don't have to remind myself all the time, even though you feel like you have to. You don't. It's like you don't. I think someone said it now the other day on the Telegram group, is you don't have to remind yourself what your name is all the time. You just know your name is.
Beautiful. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. You don't have to remind ourselves. Why do we do it? It's just a practical way, because sometimes when we have this emotional tie to things, we start doubting and we start identifying against it, right? So the reminder is not for I am. It's not for God, right? God doesn't need to be reprogrammed by us, right? It's just there's some times where we might want that reminder for ourselves. It just helps to calm ourselves down. It's a soothing, but it's by no means required. You require no reprogramming. You are the divine, right? God heard you the first time. Matter of fact, God heard you before you asked, because the desire came from the God that you are. So absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you. That was a beautiful point. Any other comments on that?
Yes, I actually wanted to add something, and it's hi everyone.
Hello, hello.
Kit from South Africa. I hope you guys can hear me. I think my network has a little bit of issues. All right.
Hear you beautiful.
I just wanted to add on the I am God. I'm at this space where 2 years ago I left my 9 to 5 because I am manifesting bigger things for myself. And I had this very strong intuition to leave. And I did with no plan B. I have a 15-year-old daughter. And throughout all that time, I've been working on myself and to learn more about me, the God in me. And a lot of people I hear speaking here about the 3D, how they have not, they don't see their manifestations, they don't. In my journey, what I've just realized is that once you get to the I am, when you know you are God, that even if you have your desires, once you make the decision that this is a desire that I want, this is what I want, and I know I have it now, and you feel that you have, you don't feel like, I know it sounds crazy, you don't feel like you don't have it in your 3D. It doesn't feel like it. If someone can wake you up at 3 a.m. in the morning and ask you how much money you have, I'll probably say I've got like $1 million or I'm a millionaire, because that's my identity now. Yes, my 3D has not caught up, but I don't have that lack in me. So I don't feel that I don't have it now. You immediately you make the decision that you have it. As God, you literally have it. Yes, your 3D might not catch up immediately because obviously your life still unfolds. You've been creating since you were born. You didn't start now. I hear people say, I'm from law of assumption, I'm from doing this and that, but you've been creating. You do it every day, even if you're aware or not. But obviously, if you were creating from an unconscious being, that life still continues. You're still gonna unfold. And as long as you know that you are God and you are creating now and it is done now, believe me, I used to have anxiety when I was still working. I used to stress about everything. I was an emotional wreck. Everything used to affect me. But now that I'm in this journey, I'm at the point where I lost my house, my cars. I had, like, literally my bank account on 0, but I'm at the most fulfilled I've ever been. I feel the most safest I've ever been, most complete I've ever been, most happiest I've ever been. I don't know how to explain this, but emotionally, spiritually, I have everything that I want. I normally say when I speak to people that understand, I would always say, I have nothing, but I lack nothing currently, because my 3D has not caught up, but I'm living my best life. I don't know how, but it just happens, and you literally don't feel lack at all. It's crazy, but I don't know if it's gonna help someone in their journey, or if anyone is gonna maybe understand it's where they are. But once you get to that point and you make that decision, it's just done. It is done. The 3D will catch up when it catches up, but believe me, done. Because I think we all looking, when you're looking for your SP, you're looking for the feeling of being loved and all of that. And then, but once you say, I am loved, you feel in love. Like I was talking to my girls, I'm like, I feel so in love. You feel in love. I've been in love before with a human being, but I feel in love. It's the same feeling, even though there is no human being outside of me that returns the feeling back. But it's still here. It's real. It counts. It's just the most amazing space to be in. I just wanted to share that.
Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, guys.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. I think that helps
Hi,
a lot.
Alex.
Go ahead.
Can I ask
ask a quick question, Alex? When we were talking, you asked me if I was sure that I knew that I am God, regardless of how I'm feeling in the moment, or like somewhere along those lines. I think I do like get confused or like I forget. Can you please like reiterate that for me?
Sure can, absolutely. I'm glad you asked again, right? So I'll be very clear when I say this. Because you've asked the question, you already know the answer. Okay? And what do I mean by that? If you're asking me, how do I remember that I'm God? How do I remember that I'm still going to get everything that I want no matter what? The answer is right there in the question. It's acceptance of that, right? I could sit here and I can tell you, well, because of this. Well, because of that. Because I say this, because I say that. All it comes down to at this point for you is acceptance. The question that you just asked just is the truth. So it's not about being convinced about it. It's just about accepting it. The mind will never grasp how infinite you are. It's not a concept to intellectually understand. It's a concept to simply know and accept. I'm gonna stop right there for a second. Any follow-up question on that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Alex?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I really appreciate your content, and I always enjoy your videos and the ideas and whatever you are teaching, let's say, here.
Appreciate you.
But my question is, and this is a question that has been following me all this journey, like, I don't know, 13, 14 years. And lately I had this experience with my SP because we've been together for like 7 years, and then I had to leave the country, go somewhere else for maybe a year and a half. And now when I want to go back, he just said like, no, I am already with someone else. Okay? For me, in my head, this doesn't exist, because I know I'm God. I know I create my own reality. I trust my feelings. I know that we are for each other. I have this soul connection. I understand it, but definitely he doesn't understand it. I completely accept this. But the question is, I always have had that, what if this person is not the right person for me? So, like now when I asked, like, let's go back together, I want to go and live there again together, he said, no, I am already in a relationship because already we broke up like 1 year ago. So here, this question came back to me again. What if this is not the right choice? What if this is not the right person for me? Should I let go, or should I persist in my assumption, or trust my feelings more than whatever he is telling me, or whatever he's saying, like now he has someone and she's going to move in with him? So here, this part is really confusing me. So I'm asking for your
Absolutely.
Opinion about this.
Absolutely. Let me ask you one quick question and we're going to get into it. When you say that it might not be the right choice, where does that decision come from? Where would that decision come from?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you well.
Yeah, no problem. Whenever you say that
The connection is not.
connection poor, can you hear me now?
Yeah, very poor. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Let me try this. How about now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's try.
So
Go
if
ahead, please.
you're saying that this person might not be for you, according to who, right? Who, when you say is it a sign that this person is not for you? According to who? Who would make that choice? Who are you referencing?
Well, he is saying
No, no, no.
that we cannot go further
No,
in
no, no.
this relationship.
No, I get what he's saying, but I'm saying whenever you say that could this potentially just not be for me, where would that choice come from? That it's not for you. You're asking for clarity.
I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know. This question is coming probably from this 3D life or life experiences that we are living. So I always had the idea, like, when something going wrong between us, what if this person is not the right choice for me, and probably there is something else
But
better waiting for me, and there is no rejection, there is only redirection, all this stuff.
Well, but
So
whoever
what do you think about this?
whoever determines if somebody is the right or the wrong choice? Who determines that?
Well, it's a relationship of two, so I think both
No, no.
have to agree on this, or I don't know. I just need your help in this.
I got you.
this
That's
part.
so I'm trying to lead you there, right? So if is this person okay? You understand that you're God, right? Are you clear on that foundation that you are God?
Oh yeah. Of
Okay.
course, yes.
So
This
if
is, of course.
okay, so if you are God, you are everything. You are all that there is, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that person is also within you because you're everything. They're you.
Yeah.
So there's not a two people in the relationship. There's just one person. There's the one pretending that there's two.
Okay, but how come now there is a third party in this involved in this? This is what is really making me like not really understand myself anymore.
I got you. You see something outside of you and you think it's more real than who you are.
Yeah. True. You're right.
Does that make sense? For you to think that out there is more real than you?
Yeah, it makes sense, but at the same time, my ego or my physical mind, let's say, always said that there is always someone free will, like maybe it's better for him or for his life to share it with someone else at this stage. So
Okay.
I really don't know what
Do
to
you,
think.
well,
And again, the most important question is, what if there is something better for me
but that's not
waiting
the
for me
but
in
that's
the
not
future?
that's not the most important question. The most important question is, what do you choose in this situation? What do you accept to be true? You can ask me. You can sit here and you can say, Alex, what does this mean? What does that mean? It doesn't matter what I tell you. All that matters is that you are reality. That person doesn't exist out there. That person exists within you. They are you. You saying that, well, something better might be for me. Okay, if you believe that, if that's your truth, then you can explore that. If you believe that you want to experience love through this person, then you explore that. You get to choose. Everything is only what you say it is. Nobody has free will. Now, I know that you know that because you're saying it, but then you're also saying, well, my ego is saying this, my ego is saying that. Okay, well, who do you want to believe? Do you want to believe the truth of who you are, or do you want to believe your ego? Which one?
No, but I also believe in divine guidance and divine guidance. Just I live by divine guidance and by intuition also, and my intuition, my feelings, my everything, like we are one, me and this person, because I can feel when we sit, when we talk. I don't feel like there is two persons talking. I feel like it's one spirit, one connection. I can feel it in front of my eyes, But I feel this oneness. I'm sure about what I know.
Exactly.
But again, as there is another person involved, sometimes we say like, we have to respect, or we always get trapped, Alex. No matter how you are conscious person or you are enlightened, still sometimes in this life you get trapped in these kind of things. That's why we always need practice, and that's why I'm asking you this question, so it will clarify something. Seems it is not clear for me
Yeah,
in this
understood.
area.
Understood, right? Let me I'm gonna try to be as clear as possible, right? So bear with me for a second. All right. Right now you have admitted that this person is you. You've admitted that this person is a reflection of you. Okay? You are God, you're all that there is. So you've already accepted that. But now you have a different story that you're also telling. You're saying, yeah, this person is me, but also this person has free will. And this person has the ability to choose. And then you're saying, okay, yes, I am all that there is, but then you're adding some other divine guidance on top. All of these things, when used for, all of these things, when used from a disempowering perspective, become excuses or coping mechanisms that we use to not accept what we want. You have a choice right now. You get to choose to accept that this person is yours. You get to choose that they're not yours and that there is a third party. But here's the thing, you are everybody. So if you decide that there's not another person, there isn't. If you decide there is, there is. If you decide that y'all are together, y'all are. If you decide all three of y'all are together, y'all are. You have that much power. But what you're doing is you're saying, yes, I understand that me and this person are one, but somehow this magical third party, that person is outside of you. But they're not. They're you as well. Right? And so even this divine guidance saying, okay, well, we all get trapped. No, we don't. You're not trapped. You're not trapped at all. You have the absolute freedom, the absolute divinity to choose what you want right now. So the choice that you have to make is, okay, if you believe that there's something better out there, you get to decide it. Okay? You get to absolutely decide that. If you decide that you want to experience your relationship through this person, you get to decide that. But what you have to do is you have to decide. You had a question?
Yeah. Yeah. So meanwhile, what do you think I must be doing? Because for me, I said, okay, I will not contact him anymore because he was rude last time we spoke, and he said like, I want to be honest and I have someone new in my life. So what do you think is the best thing to do at this moment? Is it like to stay away or stop contacting him? Because it doesn't feel right, like for me to keep in touch with him, let's say, and then while he's with somebody else. So what do you advise?
Gotcha. So let me be clear with you and then with everybody else, because I see the comment that's talking about divorce, and I really wanted to address this. Everybody that wants a specific person, sit down, hold hands, hear what I'm about to say. If you have not remembered, if you have not remembered that every single person in your reality is within you, then the first thing for you to understand is that. From understanding that, now you branch out to choosing who you want. But when you're at a perspective where you do not see everybody as within you, you don't see all of this as you, you still perceive separation. Yes, me and them are together, we're one, but that person's not me. Now what you're going to be trying to do is you're going to try to figure out techniques and ways to try to manipulate the situation, but you can't do that. You can only have what you already have. You can only accept the truth that is already within you. And if you're still perceiving separation, the first thing for you to do is to wrap your mind around the truth that you are God. And if you are God, nothing is outside of you. That SP is you. They can't leave you. They're you. The third party is you. There can't be a third party because there's only you. When you understand that, Now you do whatever. Okay? Do you see why I said the first thing to understand is that? Because what is the important question? What do I have to do? Is always the wrong question. Who do I have to remember that I already am? That is always the correct question. We start with identity. When we start with identity, everything follows that. We do not start with doing. We don't start with doing. We start with divine identity. I don't give a damn what you do. What you do doesn't matter. It's who you are.
You're right. You're right.
So that's the first step.
First, start with identity. Yeah, you're right.
So that's the first
I think
thing.
I have to reinforce or to remember more and more the idea that Alex, it's I completely understand, and I believe everyone here understand this. But really, we are sometimes, because of this 3D reality, it's hard to keep maintaining this belief that we are God, because we were all raised in different way of thinking. So some religious thinking or whatever. So it's not easy for us to really embody this idea and to keep it on or to be connected to this idea, let's say, to the God in us 24/7. We are human after all. We are having this experience, human experience. So we always forget, right?
Yeah, it's
You
natural.
cannot maintain this. So we always forget, and
Well,
for me,
always.
it's okay. I forgive myself, and I go in some kind of these things during the day or in some circumstances. But yeah, it takes me some time to. Oh yeah, I have to remember again who I am, and when do you think will be the right time for us to never forget who we are?
You
To
don't.
really live like
Remember,
most
okay?
of our time.
So remember this, all right? So it's not about getting to a point where you never forget. It's about realizing that hold on, you go on mute real quick.
Realizing what? I'm sorry,
You-
I couldn't hear you.
No, you'll go on mute real quick or else it'll be muffled. You'll mute your microphone or else it'll be muffled. I got you. All right. So it's about damn, what was I gonna ask? What was I gonna say? Okay. It's not about getting to some point of ultra Jesus mode or Buddha mode where you never forget and you're just floating around being God all day. Your part of your divinity is also your humanity. Okay? You remember whenever you remember, but when you remember, you realize that I am, the God part of you, has always been untouched. It didn't matter that you forgot. You pull yourself back and you realize, oh, this God part of me was untouched by this ego part of me. Yes, I was in the illusion, but that's still part of my divinity. I was enjoying the human experience. It was fun. She was fun. What we did last night was fun. I forgot for a little bit, but now I remember. And everything is still unfolding perfectly now because I was untouched by that forgetting. It was absolutely untouched by it. Right? So don't think about it in terms of like whenever I forget, all of a sudden I am just stops. Like you're playing red light, green light with God. Right? Y'all on Squid Games playing red light, green light with God. Whenever all of a sudden you remember that your source, God's running to get your desires. And then when you forget for a second, God just stops. That's not how it works. I am is always doing the work. I am is always doing the work. All right. That would be ridiculous for Jesus to say, wait a minute, before I give you this blessing, let me get in alignment. Okay, now you're healed, right? I'm just not having a good day. Let me feel better. And then I can heal the sick. Then I can raise the dead. Oh God, they crucifying me today. I'm just not feeling it. I've been having Mary Magdalene, good old Mary, right? That's not how it works. You just are it. You just are it. Like no matter what, you just are it. right? So it's, don't think about it in terms of like you're playing this game of catch up with yourself. You're always God. You've made a decision. God is doing the work for you. That's it.
Hello, Alex. Can I ask a question, please?
Absolutely.
I've been waiting for 1 hour to ask this question. Well, I don't know if everyone has ever experienced that, but will come a moment in your life when you can't decide what you want to experience next. You know everything is possible, you know you are God, you know everything is just an illusion, but still you can't make that decision. And when I say that, I mean, I have a husband, I have a third party. I don't know what to decide between them.
Oh, you have a husband and you have a third party.
Yes, of course, I have everything I want.
Ah, okay. First, you dirty, dirty dog, you. Okay, I see you. All right. So, all right. I would say this, cause so I have my own perspectives, but all right, y'all saying period are wild. All right. So I always am going to bring in integrity. Okay, I'm always going to bring in integrity into the conversation. Okay? You doing this, do you believe that you are doing all right now? Do y'all believe that you are doing the right thing? Now, that's not a question that you have to ask, right? I don't care. Okay. The point that I'm trying to make is this, all right? You can have whatever you want. Sometimes we'll get in this position where all of a sudden we're like, okay, yeah, I'm God, and I don't have anything to choose right now. Does that mean that you have to make a choice in this moment? Does it mean that you absolutely must, or can you just decide that everything unfolds perfectly? That's the question. Do you have to make a choice in this moment, or can you just decide that everything unfolds perfectly?
Because you mentioned the integrity, I need to make a choice.
But right now you're good though. What is the choice to make right now? I'm not saying make. Go ahead.
At some point I need to make the choice, but I don't know what I want to experience next because I think I love them both. I think so. And it's funny because sorry. It's funny because a while ago I said, oh, I would love like to experience how it's to love two people, and this is exactly what happened.
I see. So you're just realizing how powerful you are, right? So I'm not judging you, right? Been there, done that, right? So you're in this position right now where you want to do what is best for you, okay? And so you have chosen this situation, and now all of a sudden you want to walk forward and you want to choose a different situation. That's fine, okay? What would be, let me ask you a question. Let's work through this, all right? What would be the best case scenario in this situation?
I don't know. Now is the best case scenario.
Okay. What are you fearful of in this situation moving forward?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What are you fearful of in this situation moving forward?
I am fearless.
Okay. What is the worst that could happen?
Well, the worst that can happen is to lose them both, but I don't lose.
Okay. So then what is the issue right now?
No, I mean, I need to choose something.
Okay. Let me be very.
What I want to experience.
Wait, what?
I don't know what I want to experience. I know inside me I need to make a choice, and I'm making a truth out of this.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because I need to make a choice, and I'm somehow like putting a pressure on myself, like someone is with a gun, to my head, like make a choice, and I can't.
Man, okay, I'm gonna say something that might be off-putting to certain people, all right? But I'm just gonna say it anyway. One thing that I always talk about is doing things from a point of integrity, because that's my belief, right? That allows me to stay clean, It's not a necessity. Okay? Everybody's perception of what is right and wrong is up to them. So I would ask all of y'all, if you are in similar positions, to think, why do you believe that what you're doing is right or wrong? Is it because this is what you want? Or is it because you have a perception that's been placed on you from someone out there? Because this is what the world thinks is right or wrong. That is what you believe that you should do. Because this is what this group of people says is right or wrong. This is what you think you should do. That's the concept of quote unquote right or wrong is an idea. It's a construct that you have in your own mind, in your own consciousness. It's not a real thing. It's not real. It shifts based on feelings, based on experiences, based on where you're born. It just shifts. It's part of this human construct, this human experience. Okay? Oftentimes we'll see when we start playing with right and wrong, there's nobody judging us but our damn self. It's us sitting down here and saying, oh, well, I can't have what I want. Now, if it drives you, right? If it drives you crazy, right? If you believe morally that it is wrong, then okay, make the choice and do the moral thing, right? Or just be honest. All right, cool. Well, this is what I have going on. Look, I'll be with you, but I'm not finna only be with you. Look, I'll be with you too, but I'm not going to only be with you, right? I've got a couple clients that are in situations like that are absolutely beautiful, where they are walking through life and they are dealing with who they want to, and they are starting to meet these beautiful women that are in perfect alignment with what they want because they just decided this is how women are going to accept me. And that's perfectly fine. But now let's say that you're already in this situation. You've already dove off of the diving board. You're already damn near, you're in the water already. You can't go back and tell them what to do. All right. Well, obviously you did this because you wanted to. Now, because you want to back up, or because you think you have to make a choice to back out, ask yourself, why? What is the quote unquote incorrect thing? Now, I know this is a touchy subject. I know that some people are like, oh, you know, women should do this. Men should do this. This is how people should be. I'm not here to tell you any of that bullshit. I'm here to say you have to make a decision on what you believe is right or wrong in your life. And then you simply have to make that bed and lay in it. It's up to you. But you are the creator of your reality. I can't say, oh, you're the creator of your reality. Accept in this situation. No. You are the absolute authority. You are the absolute authority. Now, if you have this underlying belief that, okay, I can't have this, well, that's fine, right? Try not to go against what you think is the right thing, right? Do what you feel is best. Make that decision. Cut one off, unfortunately, right? Or cut one off and tell them, well, I have to cut you off because this is the situation. I mean, I love you. Maybe, once every 2 months or so I can get my fix. Whatever you have to do, do what is right for you. Live your truth, okay? Now, I have often explained how I live my truth, which is, I tell a woman up front, shit, I'm free. I don't want you. You're not finna tie me down. Nope, don't even let that cross your mind. We're not tying each other down, point blank, period. Don't even want that shit to cross your mind. If I even sniff that it's gonna cross your mind, I'm out. Because that's not what I want from you, okay? But if I did want that, I would express that, and that would be my truth. So it comes down to you. And I simply say that to say, okay, I want you to choose what you want. Like, just think about it. Do I want this because I really want this? Or do I want this because I think that other people are going to judge me correctly for wanting my life to unfold like this?
There is a question in the chat from Source. Hello. What did I do to manifest them both? So, my opinion about manifestation, is like, everything that is outside of you, it's your manifestation. I didn't do nothing. I just decided because I'm God. I didn't do affirmations, techniques, nothing. And because we had this conversation with the lady previous, I can't see her name here. That she said like, oh, SP said this, SP said that. That's you. And when you say it's you, it's your assumptions about them. and they will act like basically how I see this. I see it like a movie where I am the director of the movie and everyone moves however I tell them to move because they have no free
Yes,
will.
Ali. Yes, you are right. And thank you for answering this. You are right.
See, the third party that is there, it's you as well because I've been listening and you said something, oh, he deserves someone, or oh, he has to obey everything. It's at your command. They need to obey you, whatever, if it's good or bad, they will obey your commands. And this is exactly what he did. And regarding the SP, my husband is there, so let's forget about the husband. Regarding my SP, he was causing me some trouble at some point. Well, I wanted to see it in this way. So he blocked me, he unblocked me. So this was my journey with him. Until one day when I took the decision, I was like, no, you're mine, you're obsessed with me, and there's no other way that you will behave in my reality. And that's it. Guess what? A week after, he sent me a message like, oh, I started a relationship with someone else. I'm so happy. I'm la la. I said, no, that's not true. That's not true. You didn't do any of this. It's just me. So I didn't let myself being like fooled by the 3D circumstances. And then I leave it like that. Then a week after, he started messaging me again, calling me and everything. So this is what I did basically. It's not a process. It's
Well,
just
she is good. Honestly, she's very good.
No, you're the same.
Bravo.
You're the same. You're all the same, right? This is the point that we're trying to get to, is that we're all the same. You have so much power in your choice.
This is right. We are all the same. We all have the same power, but sometimes it's for us to use it in the right way. And I see that Anne is using it in a very good way, no matter what the society or people were saying, but she is doing the right thing. And I cannot discuss this with her. She's doing great. And my advice to her that she doesn't fight nothing at all. Just let go, enjoy your life, be happy, take it as it is, as long as you are happy. So it's the right choice for you. There is no right or wrong. So you don't push yourself to decide. At the right time, life will unfold and you'll see the right decision just in front of your eyes.
thank you.
But for now, don't push your mind, don't push yourself. Just be happy, enjoy your life. Right, Alex?
100%. 100%. Like if you feel like you have to make a decision because it's some problem that you have, cool, make the decision. But until then, why not simply enjoy your life? You're in the situation that you want to be in.
Yep, thank you.
She knows that she can do and undo anything anytime, right? So, why do you care?
Yeah, I'm all about not caring. Straight up. Any other additions to that? I know that was an interesting topic. That was a little touchy subject. Any other questions? Any other comments on that?
Oh, can I share something? I am so glad this was brought up, and I'm just like so impressed with her just conviction of like, this is what I'm gonna do. Like, I wish I was more like her. That's truly admirable. So my SP and I, we haven't been in any contact.
Before you go on, I want to ask all of y'all a question. What is the difference? Because y'all come on, you're oh, I wish I had that conviction. What is the difference between you and her? What is the difference? Yeah.
I guess like for me, like my mind chatter, like it just like comes in and does its plays its circus, and I have a mental diarrhea before I make any decision. So some people are like really good at
Hold up.
just shutting down.
Let's ask Ann. Miss Ann, how do you handle that? How do you handle the mental chatter?
So first of all, we are all humans. It's normal to have negative thoughts. It's normal to have we have good and bad ones. But depends which one of your thoughts you actually accept as being true. It doesn't mean like that version of you is going to be perfect and no anxiety and no stress. It's not possible. We are humans.
Thank you, Goddess. See, this is the point that I'm making, is that we will constantly use excuses and be like, oh, well, that person can do it, but I have these thoughts. You've never been in somebody else's head to hear anybody else's thoughts. You're just judging yours and thinking that somehow yours are worse than the others. No, you're just having your own experience. So it's you make the decision, and now you give yourself permission to have it by deciding that, hey, it doesn't matter what I'm thinking now. That's not the truth. I am the truth. I am is the truth. The God within me is the truth. My decision is the truth.
Does it work with her in every single area of her life, or just with the relationships? Do you apply this everything in your life?
Yes.
Or it works with sexual and
Yes.
everything, like financial?
When you have assumptions like everything works out for me, I always get what I want. This applies in every aspect of your life.
That's so wonderful.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing.
The
Yes.
most important thing that everyone needs to do is to understand that they are God and there's nothing outside of them. And once you understand that, you can manipulate reality however you want.
Thank you, Ann. See? Look. Girl, I love you. You divine goddess, you. All right? So, what other questions y'all have? I know y'all are just enamored. 2 SPs? Life the way she... Come on, go on and ask your questions, man.
Alex, I think Anne must join every life of yours.
Guys, what do y'all think is... I'm trying to press this point home. That there is no difference between you and anyone else. It always comes down to a choice. Everybody go on mute real quick, because I don't want to be all muffled. Fig tree, yeah. All right. Dr.
No, for some people, Alex, it takes time.
Hold up. Nope. I don't want to hear that. Nope. Go on mute real quick. Let me finish this. Go on mute real quick. No, I don't want to hear no excuses right now. None of them. All right? Hear me out when I say this, okay? All right? Everybody listen to me. Sit down. All right? If you want it bad enough, you will make a choice. That's right, sir. We're not finna play the lack Olympics today, okay? I don't want to hear any excuses for, well, some people it's more difficult. How do you know? You've never been in anybody else's mind. None of us have ever experienced anybody else's brain, anybody else's nervous system, anybody else's thoughts, anybody else's emotions. All you know is yours. Here is the truth. If you want it, you will make a choice. If you want it bad enough, you will make a choice. And every choice on top of the foundation that I am God, all of this is me. There is no separation, is a choice that must be confirmed in your reality. It absolutely must. The law is impartial. It is 100% accurate. It never fucking misses. The law don't miss. I am don't miss. God don't miss. And you are God. It requires a choice. If you want it, when you know that you are God and you decide, everything will rearrange. Does that mean that you won't have negative thoughts? No, but the thoughts don't matter. Does that mean you won't have negative emotions? No, but they don't matter. It is about how often, not even how often. It is about how you return to the truth. How do you remember who you are? Or do you get caught in the illusion and start making excuses for yourself? This is what we said in the live the other day. We said, okay, if you are waiting for external validation, or if you are waiting for the world to show you something before you embody or decide, you don't want your reality to change. You're just looking for some kind of validation. You're looking for some kind of pat on the back. If you're not willing to embody, to know, to choose who you are before the circumstances change, You're not that's not manifestation. You're waiting for validation. Okay? You have the power. You're not just powerful, you're all powerful. You are all powerful. And with that power, you get to make a choice.
And I also say something else.
100%.
It's not, wow, this took me like few months of knowledge and some books that I read. It's not the mind, like the human that manifests, that align the circumstances. It's the infinite intelligence. And I've seen like everyone is like, I don't know how they are questioning themselves, like, oh, what my SP is doing? Oh, where is he? Blah, blah, and these kind of questions. Who the fuck cares where is he? I know he's obsessed with me. I know he loves me. He can't do nothing, except for these things. That's it.
Because that's the choice, right? It's the I am that does the work. It is I am. The mind can doubt, can fear. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the mind is doing. It's not, the ego is not creating. Okay? So cool. Appreciate you, man. I feel like you've helped make it click for some people.
What happens to who I am? Or to the other person I am?
They don't have another. There's no other I am. There is only I am. I am is all that there is. There's no other person's I am to influence. There's only I am. There's not a you are.
Yeah, but there's people around us. So each one of us has his own I am, right?
So in your reality, right? In your reality, in this reality right now, you are everybody, or everybody is you. Okay? So right now, there's nobody else that has their own free will in your reality. Only you. You get to choose. So whatever your assumption is for somebody, their free will has to match yours. Now, let me articulate it like this. Let's imagine that right now you are in a huge high-rise building. You're in a high-rise building. And so every different floor is a different version of you. Okay, you are the high-rise, which is reality, but you're also within the high-rise. So on the first floor, your SP, your specific person, they cheated. Or they left you. Let's say they left you. And now you decide, no, they can't leave me. They're obsessed with me. They love me. So now all of a sudden, you're in the knowing that they love you. You went from they left you to they love you. They're obsessed with you. Now that moves you to floor 9. So you have switched a perspective within yourself. You have decided within the I am that no, they're obsessed with me. So when you change floors, you just get a version of them that is on that floor. Okay? That version of them is obsessed with you because you choose. All right? Now, if you say, oh, they're going to marry me, you go to another floor where they marry you. You constantly are making these decisions. It doesn't matter what they want. You make the decision and you get placed onto a floor with that version of them who has the free will that matches yours. Okay? Now, in their reality, they're in a whole other high rise. You'll never be in there, so it doesn't matter. They're having their own experience over there. You'll never see their experience. You're only going to see the experience that you have in your reality. In your reality, you are God. When we say that you are God, it's not a figure of speech. In your reality, you are it. You are God. Everybody bends the knee to you.
Yes, very well explained. Thanks, Alex. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Any other questions on that topic? Oh, we've been going strong today. All right. Who is next up? Who wants to share their story next or ask a question next? And yes, this is all on YouTube. All on YouTube.
Okay, I'll go. Hi.
Hello.
Okay. So I did kind of ask something like this in the Telegram last night.
and someone answered it very well. I just kind of needed, like manifestation for dummies a little bit.
Okay.
But I definitely want to explain why. So I have not been in like manifestation, like learning about it long at all. Maybe like 5 or 6 months tops. And so the TikTok side of law of assumption, I did not get deep into none of that. It was really that, and then straight into law of one. Found Danny, found you, right? Okay, so with my situation, like to me, I'm the shit. Oh, I'm sorry if I can't cuss.
No, you can't.
But I'm her, okay?
Yeah.
Like if you can't see that, that's on you, right? And with me in my situation, it was more so basically the commitment. Oh, that's an issue, whatever, cool. So my first thing was, well, if you can't commit, then what are we doing here? Because I don't want nothing less than that, right? So it didn't make sense to continue doing what we're doing. Like, to me, give you the same access while you don't give me, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever, we're not matching it here. So I decided to end that.
Okay.
Well, then I was told, like, oh, you're putting too much expectations on the 3D. You didn't have to cut him off, whatever. Now, granted, I'm going to be real honest about anything I talk about. So that did have me for a while. Like, I'm always big. I was always big on my boundaries, but that did have me for a while, kind of like, oh, well, I can just view this differently. This is still working out for me. You know what I'm saying? And not really standing on business. And so I know the last time we had talked, I came on live. I asked you about regret. You know what I'm saying? Like regret for staying in the name of like manifestation or whatever, and trying to get over that. You helped me through that. And then so now it's just kind of like, not even SP related, just in general, because now I see it on a like wider aspects on different people in my life. How am I going to set a boundary for something you did to me while viewing you favorably? Like, I can view you as God all day long because God is everything, right? We've already discussed that. We got that, I know that. I know that you're God. I know we're all the same part of consciousness. This is God, you're God, whatever. But viewing you favorably, but I have to hold a boundary towards you because you did some fuck shit. Oh, I'm sorry.
You good.
You did some,
you good.
like,
You good.
you did some funny stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like that. I don't know. I don't know if I asked that correctly or clearly.
Yeah, you did. You did some funny stuff. I feel you, man. I feel you. So it's the same way that you handle everything, right? Just because I decide that you are this way doesn't mean that I need to tolerate whatever I see from you. So those things unfold from within me. While they're unfolding, I live in both realms, right? So, and here's the thing, okay? I think why, matter of fact, I'm glad you asked this. Let me back up. Why we get caught in this is because we become extremely concerned on what should we do? How should I act? How should I treat this person? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Okay. The foundational question is not going to be what should I do, but who am I? Who can I remember that I already am? From that foundation, when I remember that I'm always treated like this, that this motherfucker is going to forgive me, or not forgive me, but they are going to come back around and apologize and beg for me back. They will treat me like the divine God that I am. Huh? When I decide that, well, then I just don't tolerate less. How I accept that is I don't tolerate less. That becomes the knowing. That just becomes my truth. What I do in the meantime while it's unfolding is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Set the boundary, cut them off, block their ass. Huh? Do whatever. But simply stand in that knowing that reality must conform to the truth of who you are. So sometimes we get caught up in trying to play this game of two because we're really focused on the doing instead of being, right? If you're finding difficulty with saying, okay, well, I'm trying to see them as perfect, right? Go to how are you treated? Who are you? Right? Okay, cool. They did this and it's hard for me to see them as, okay, well, let's get to the present moment, right? Remember, we can use memory in multiple ways. We can use memory to pull up the shit that we don't want, to pull up the past and say, okay, this is who I still am right now. Or when that memory is triggered, we can use memory to remind ourselves that right now, in this present moment, I get to make a choice because I'm God. Now, when I use that memory to remember who I am, okay, cool. If I don't want to focus on you, I just focus on how I'm treated in general. Look, shit, you going to come back and do me right because this is how I am. This is who I am. This is who your boy is, right? You know what I'm saying? You might want to goddamn suck my toes to forgive me or to apologize to me. Right? Do some real off the wall type shit. It's about me choosing my identity and then simply dwelling there, allowing whatever it is to be what it is, and allowing it, giving it permission to unfold. In the meantime, what I do is just what I do.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Does
That
it?
makes sense.
Does it?
I think I get caught up like on the doing too much. And, like I mean, most do. It's just like, am I doing it right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm saying. But
Once you-
I think a lot of it does come from like, because like I said, I'm the shit, and like can't nobody tell me I'm not. Like this is my world, you know. So for me to have went so long like disrespecting my boundaries, I guess, and going against myself, that's something I hold on to because I knew better. But I know me and you talked about that last time. So it was just like, well, because I never, you show somebody you can treat me, which I'm not like messing with a no limit soldier or nothing like that. I'm just saying in general. But I mean, like, I went for this, I allowed that to happen. How can I be so sure that'll change now? Things like that. But that kind of, like, that does make sense because I guess it goes back to the whole circumstances don't matter kind of thing. And,
You're talking about also the same thing that we kind of been hitting on, which is thoughts, right? Thought patterns, identifying with the thoughts, right? You just accept who you are as the truth. So right now you have two truths going on. You have a truth that says, I'm the shit, this is how I'm treated. Boom, that's truth number one. Perfect. Stay there. Return to that truth. And then on the second truth, you're going to, well, because I'm having this thought and I don't know what to do and because other things have happened, those thoughts are irrelevant. Go to the actual truth, which is who you are. The thoughts that say otherwise, understand or see them for what they are. It's just mind chatter. It means nothing. And so if you can go back to the reminder of who you are, even through that, I think you'll be fine. Well, you are fine, but you will be even finer in reality.
okay, perfect. That makes sense. Okay. I think that's the only thing that's really been like, oh my, like the repeated thing, you know what I'm saying? Because you learn about the ego, you understand those, but there's certain ones that are repeated, and that's where I do like, so, okay, there's a reason this is going to continue coming up, let's figure that out. And then, at this point, I just want like peace, like at this point, it's just like, give me peace with this shit, because golly. But
So
I also have
hold up
a comment, if that's
before we go forward. Whenever you said certain things keep coming up for a reason, do you understand why they keep coming up?
I guess something in me must be believing that shit, huh?
Well, okay. So once you have a story, once you are aware that something keeps coming up, that becomes your story. Right? So it's not that something keeps coming up. It's that you're holding on. At this point, you're just holding on to the story that something keeps coming up. That's the only thing that's going on right there. There's not anything that keeps coming up. There's your awareness that something must keep coming up. And so things keep on coming up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you got me there. You got me there, Alex.
Right?
You did.
So how do we get from there to knowing that no, things always work out for me? How do you move from that assumption that things keep coming up for some reason, some mysterious reason to teach God a lesson, because God somehow needs to learn a lesson, right? How do we go from that to the actual truth, which is that everything is going to work out for you? There is no pattern. You're free now.
I don't know, you told me that one.
Well, now that you're aware of it, when you're aware of it, it's a choice, right? So now it's, okay, what would be the truth that implies that that doesn't happen? The truth is that there is no cycle, right? I'm free. It's everything is working out perfectly for me. I'm not learning any lessons. Everything comes into my life to stay. Everything that I desire shows up in my life beautifully, wonderfully, because I am beautiful and wonderful, right? So instead of telling that story based on the external reality, we tell the truth based on our identity as source.
Okay.
Hold up.
Here's the story. I got it.
I don't know. I wasn't very confident in that, yes. So tell me what you got from what I just said.
I mean, it's really simple. As like intellectually, I understand everything you say. Like I watch the lives. I swear I do. The YouTubes, all of that. Intellectually, it makes sense. It's just a decision. Why can't I just decide that this isn't a story? Why can't I just decide like this is how things show up for me? It's just a decision. It's an acceptance. That's all it is.
But
I may or may not, may or may not, here's our grace here, have let a few circumstances tell me otherwise and gave it more power than I seen in myself. May or may not, hypothetically.
And
And
what does that have to do with this moment right now?
I mean, shit, I guess nothing now.
It has nothing to do with this moment right now. Right now is where all your power is.
Yeah.
So how are you going to use your power right now?
To pick a better damn story about myself and all this, I guess.
And what is that story gonna be? We working session today. Today is working session Saturday. What is that better story gonna be?
That I'm the shit and this is people treat me as such and things work out for me because they have to, because I said so, because I'm powerful.
Cool.
And anything that doesn't.
And that is the truth, right?
Yes.
Does the truth require your belief?
No, it does not.
Does it matter if you doubt the truth?
No, it does not.
Does it matter if you feel like this is really the truth right now?
No, it does not.
It doesn't, right? It just is the truth.
Okay.
Does it matter? Does it matter that you just sighed right now and think that there's something more that you got to figure out?
No, I just didn't think I was gonna get up here and get read like a damn book.
I mean,
I didn't know you were gonna pick me apart.
This is what I do. Okay, this is what your boy does. All right. So when you get to this, can you accept that this is just the truth?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah. No, I'm not gonna say well. There's no well in that. Yes, yeah. I can. I can do it.
Well, what about
stand up? I don't know.
What about the past though?
Doesn't matter.
Why not?
Because Alex said so. No. because the only moment that matters is now.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything can change in an instant,
yeah.
And it can change now, and I can make the decision now. So I can either sit here and decide
Hold up.
that this loop is the loop.
You said everything can. You said everything can change now.
Everything does change now. Will change now.
Everything is changed now. Everything is done now.
Changed. Everything. I'm healed. Oh, hallelujah.
Yeah, when you
I got baptized today.
when you decide your truth, it is done right now. It is done right now. The past doesn't matter. It's not the truth anymore, right? The mind chatter, it doesn't matter. That's the illusion. We're not here to convince the ego of anything. Let it scream, let it kick, let it shout, let it pull up old stories. We are just who we are.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then I'm sorry to keep yapping. You just opened, I don't know, poked my soul there a little bit. You didn't hold my hand or nothing, but
I'm known to do that, girl. You know what I'm saying?
So, how do you, when you're you're doing the like viewing favorably thing, right? Or not even viewing favorably, but just like creating this new story. I get the past, never mind. I got my answer. Don't even worry about it.
No. Ask your question. Ask your question. I'm finna get on your ass. Ask your question, please.
Okay, so this goes back to the beginning topic we had on here was emotions, right? Okay, and I will 110% say that I was a can't feel this, don't feel that kind of person to the chest, right? And I wanted to hop in earlier and tell everyone now, I get it's your own reality. That shit gave me an autoimmune disease. Don't suppress your emotions. That's one thing I wanted to say because it's really important not to, okay? So now I'm learning more about my emotions with this whole thing right here, right? Like they're okay to feel, they're okay to pass, they're not my truth, all this stuff, right?
Okay.
And I'm not good with wording things, so bear with me. But how do you go about certain things without feeling like you're abandoning yourself? Like you say it's not the truth out there. Like what you're seeing is not the truth. What you're seeing is an illusion. You know what I'm saying? Does that mean this feeling must be an illusion? But then, like, I know there's nothing to heal. I don't really know how to ask what I'm asking here. Like, I don't know.
Okay. How do you do things without feeling like you're abandoning yourself? So I'm assuming that there are certain things that you've dealt with in your past that feel heavy to you, right? And right now you believe that standing in the knowing that some person or some situation will come back is abandoning yourself because you feel like if you had a quote unquote sense of self-worth, like humanity says you should, like somebody out there says you should, then all of a sudden you should leave that person or you should leave that situation. Am I close?
Pretty hot if I say so myself.
Yeah, I figured, right? I figured. All right. So remember, even okay, you have to make a decision. If you are going to take the input of everybody out there and make that your truth, or if you are going to decide what your truth is. I don't believe that you're basing this feeling of quote unquote self-abandonment on what you want. I believe you are basing it on what others say that you should do. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Then we can go a different route. But is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say you're wrong. Like when you go in the depth of theory about it, no. It's not like someone's in my ear telling me like you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. But it's like, this whole shit like stand up, girl, what are you doing? Like that's all I hear in my head. Like stand up, what are you doing?
But Lex, that's your voice. That's nobody else's voice, right? That's your voice. So you're simply using other people to judge yourself. Other people might say something, but now you're internalizing this voice. You're thinking about what other people are going to say. But all it is you judging you. Which is the point that I was going to get to, was that even if you think that it's other voices outside of you, it's still just your voice. Even if you say, oh, well, no, it's just my voice. I don't really care what anybody else says. It's just your voice. No matter how we slice it, dice it, spread it down on the table, it always comes down to just us judging us. It is you standing as God in the center of your reality, having the divine opportunity to choose whoever you want to be. And instead of choosing the path of liberation, you're choosing the path of self-condemnation. That was a fucking bar right there, you know what I'm saying? You boys should do poetry. But you have this beautiful opportunity to choose who you are going to be, to choose how you're going to treat yourself. And instead, you're simply judging yourself.
Yeah. Right there.
What would happen? What would happen if we made the center focus of you to truly put yourself in the middle of reality, to become unconditionally just rooted in the knowing that you are the center of reality? Because on one hand, you say, yeah, I'm the shit, yada, yada, yada. You say it. But then there's this other voice that is, well, what about this? You shouldn't put up with this. What about that? What would happen if you just your primary focus, all right? Sure, all those people, the SP is gonna come, right? I know you like you a little SP, girl. I know what you want, all right? But that'll all come. What if the core knowing in your life, the core focus for the next, I don't know, X amount of time was just you are perfect? Was just, it became you pumping yourself up every chance that you got. You putting yourself on this pedestal. You reminding yourself that you were the God of your reality at every moment.
Well, I don't, if I could be just honest here, if this is honesty hour. I don't know what, oh my God, I'm not crying, I swear I'm not.
It's okay. It's okay.
I don't know what that feels like, Alex. It's never been about, like, me, you know? Like, it's always been about how can I be a better this, how can I be a better mother, how can I be a better, you know what I'm saying? It's always been a judgment within myself. So I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't know how to do that. I've never experienced that.
If you were your daughter right now, how would you treat you? What would you tell yourself right now?
A lot better things than I tell myself. I don't know.
Let's practice.
I mean, I speak life into her daily, you know, like, because I don't want her to.
Hold up,
I don't want her
Lex.
brain to be
Hold
like
up,
how my
Lex.
brain is.
Hold up, Lex. No. See, you just judged yourself again. If you were your daughter right now, how would you speak to yourself?
With love and grace.
How? What would you tell yourself in this moment? What do you need to hear right now in this moment? What do you want to hear in this moment?
Oh shit, I don't know. I've never went this deep into my own brain. I don't know how to answer. I don't know.
That's okay. We're going to walk down this path together. All right? You are unconditionally supported right now. Right? Whether you feel like you are or not, you just are. You have times where, your daughter might come up to you and she's feeling down and out. And you know for a fact that even though she does not feel feel good or feel supported or feel like love or feel any kind of way, she still is. She just is. Because you are there. Because the God within her is there, she just is. The same way that you parent is the same way that you should parent yourself. This is what we're doing as adults, right? Is that we start to wake up and remember who we are. And we have this opportunity to start parenting ourselves, to start reminding ourselves of the truth, okay? Getting all the things that you want, the SP and the money and all of that is going to come. That's your divine birthright anyway. It's meant for you anyway. But right now, when you're going through these emotions, when you have these things that show up that imply that you're not who you desire to be, these are opportunities. These are divine golden nuggets for you to give yourself the intimacy that you desire. Imagine if it was the man that you love telling you what you just said right now. How would you treat them? Would you love on them a little bit? Would you give them your presence? Would you reinforce how much they are loved? How much this is the opportunity that you have for yourself right now, with yourself right now. So on this path, when I'm talking about kind of the managing emotions and how we treat ourselves, this is the primary thing that I'm talking about. It is you're constantly going to be put in this place where you're gonna be reparenting yourself. You're going to be showing up for yourself. You're going to be divinely guiding yourself to the truth over and over and over again. Okay? And it seems to me like you have been saying things verbatim, right? You understand things in theory, but have you truly been diving into caring for yourself? Treating yourself like you are the center of your universe, because you are. Treating yourself with the same love that you treat your child.
No, it's all been to where I think, I hope I'm wording this right, to where I'm doing this because I care about myself, or I'm doing this because of this. I'm doing this to fix this problem. I'm doing this to be better at this. I'm doing this to fix this, and I know this isn't about fixing, healing, things like that, but at a certain point we got it, on a human level. So it hasn't been necessarily like I'm pouring this love into me. It's always like, what can I do better? What can I fix? What can I fix? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and all that is trying to put a Band-Aid on a broken bone. The problem is there's nothing to fix. There's nothing to heal. You just said it yourself. So if there's nothing to fix and nothing to heal, then what are these moments, opportunities for? Just for you to remind yourself that you're divine, to choose what you want and give yourself some damn love, girl. You're trying to fix problems that don't exist. You're running away from yourself, creating these problems, saying, "Oh, I have this problem, I have to fix this because of this situation." But that it doesn't exist. All of those things are in mind. There is nothing that you have to heal. There is just your choice. It's just you needing to right now choose that you are perfect, that you are at the center of your reality. And then from that choice, allow yourself to love on yourself. Give yourself some love. Give yourself that grace. Like my brother Lord said, right? Treat yourself, like give yourself the same grace you would give your daughter. Love yourself. You don't need fixing, you need loving, man.
Well, thank you. I didn't think it would go this far. I do. It's like one of those things, like, back in your mind, but like we talked about, like intellectually it makes sense. Intellectually, I know I'm love. I know, I know there's love around me. I know I am love. I know these things. Intellectually, everything you say makes sense. And it did get to the point, I even talked to Danny about it, like all I wanted was a peace of mind, But it was still, and, we can go back to this is ego. Well, okay, what else is there to do? What else is there to figure out until you can feel, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, you still feel like there's fixing this and fixing that. And, I don't need, I think I had like this fear of like being like this victim, and I'm like, oh, I'm not a victim. If I don't like it, get up, go hard, change it, get up, go hard, change it. Oh, that happened, take it to the chest, keep it pushing. Like, never sat with emotions, never, when things happen, you just take it to the chest and you go.
That is a perfect segue for us to talk about something, right? That whole, I don't want to feel like a victim. I want to feel powerful. Everybody, let's pause and think about that, especially when it pertains to this reality creation space. Let's pause and think about that. Okay? Now, you have an opportunity to get what you want, and you're told you are God. You're at the center of your reality. Okay, perfect. How does that, okay, it's not that you have to assume power. You just are power. You assume your choice. But are we trying to, quote unquote, walk around and feel power at the expense of leaving ourselves and not loving ourselves? You just are power. So the point of this knowing, I'm going to try to say this very clearly. The point of this knowing that you are God, that you're at the center of reality, that you are source, is that instead of taking all this time to fix something that was never broken, you just know yourself as power. Now you can actually love on yourself as power, and you can choose what you want. You can give yourself permission to experience what you want. But oftentimes, if we get into this reality creation space, we're caught up in, oh, I'm powerful. I can get this. I can get this. So we're running around trying to feel powerful, and we're doing that and leaving, abandoning ourselves. This is, I hope you understand that this conversation is purely out of love. And I think Lex, I'm so grateful that you were able to have the strength and the vulnerability to share this, because this is a very, very important subject. You just are, all of you just already are powerful. You already are all powerful. That's not debatable. It's just a fact. It's not debatable. It's just the truth. You don't need to try to feel powerful by running away from yourself. You just are powerful. Therefore, instead of taking all your time to try to fix shit that was never broken, you get to stand in that power and love yourself, and then choose how you want to experience the love that you are. I'm going to say it one more time. You don't need fixing. You need loving. You are love. Be love. Okay, cool. Damn, that was a beautiful conversation.
That was deep. That was great. And then I have one more little small thing, and I'll get off here because I know a lot of people want to talk today. And this might be silly. I'm sorry, but this is just, how do you practice that daily without getting it confused with fixing or trying to do more or be more? You see what I'm saying? Like, is it, I'm going to the gym today because I love myself? No, I'm going to the gym because I'm still big from having my baby. Like, I don't want to be big no more, things like that. But, like, how do you practice it being love and not getting it confused with fixing or doing more? If I asked that correctly.
Absolutely. I do the things that I want to do, right? I work out because I like it, right? I like to feel good, look good. I want to take my shirt off in front of somebody, girl, right? That's what I like. Okay. But when we talk about when I'm saying, how do we practice loving ourselves and not abandon ourselves? I literally mean that. Abandoning yourself is what? It is believing that I'm less than. It is leaving my seat of power. It is believing that I somehow have to deny my emotions. I have to deny my feelings. I have to deny all these things just to get what I want out there, because I have to somehow put myself on some kind of powerful stool where I do not embrace my humanity. If I find myself abandoning my humanity, that's a clear indication that I am leaving myself. That's it right there. Now, whatever that looks like to all of you, it's up to you. But I can guarantee you that me trying to do all these things to fix myself, meaning, let's say, oh man, I'm trying to figure out, okay, why do I get cheated on? Is it because I need to do this? Is it because I need to do that? Well, no, the fixing keeps you trapped in the illusion, identifying with that thing. You need to come back to the center, know that you are loved, and choose from the knowing that you're loved. And then in the meantime, you express that love to yourself and externally. Mr. Stelia SP. I'm going to put that on a fucking shirt. Was that clear, Lex?
Yeah, that was super clear. I think it's just one of those things you have to practice, I'm not saying you have to, everything's an assumption. If I say I have to practice, but it is something that I know I have to build a practice on, because when you're so worried about fixing and striving, you unbeknownst, like, you set that bar higher and higher. You finally hit where you were striving for, and then the bar's still up there because now you're like, well, I can do this better. So you're on a run, like it's just a chase, and I'm like, damn, girl, sit down. So I definitely want to, I appreciate it. That was great because I'd be nervous up here. So I didn't expect you to baptize me today, but I really appreciate you, Alex. I do. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you more, Lex. Appreciate you. All right, y'all, I'm going to take a quick pause. Your boy been yapping like a mud. Let me go on and use the restroom and get some water, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm about to mute y'all. Y'all act. All right, I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes, right? So if you need to go and get a drink, pour you a glass of wine, start your pregame, put me on the speaker, right? Sit back, right? Call your SP, text that motherfucker. Do what you got to do. I'll be right back. All right, peace. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Oops. I appreciate y'all's patience. All right, let's get back into the teach. Let's go back into teacher mode. All right. Okay, YouTube is good. Y'all are unmuted. Damn, I know y'all not begging to get in. God damn. Fig Tree, Pris, Glow. Anything to say so far? Anything?
Okay, I guess I'm gonna go.
All right.
So I guess for me, it's the separation part, and I know that you talked about that, you know, but I just keep finding myself going back and forth because I'm like, okay, I have nothing to worry about. I am all there is. No matter what, things come to me easy. But then you got that voice, you know what I mean? But who cares about the voice? Like, it doesn't even matter. And, of course, you know, this is going to go with the musty, dusty SP. And I will say, I used to not want to talk about it because I was like, oh, you know, things are going to manifest. But now I just don't, I don't give a fuck now. So I physically have not had any contact with this man for probably a good year and a half. We broke up last year, March, and I do know that that was my assumptions, mostly. It was a very good relationship, probably the best ever. Nothing wrong happened. It was more of just like, I gotta focus on me, and, you know, I'm gonna do me, whatever, right? That was what he had said. No one else was involved, whatever. But a couple months later, I'm just going to give you the kind of whole rundown. A couple months later, someone came up to me at the gym because that's how we met. I worked at the gym. That's how we met. I still work out there and whatever. And someone came up to me and said, hey, I just want to let you know, like, you probably just want to drop the hope. Like, you guys are going to get back together because he's with someone else. And I was just like, okay, now, I will say last year is when I started LOA, like Law of Assumption. Okay. I wish I didn't, but it is what it is. And I immediately put, like, the blame on me. Like, what am I doing wrong? My self-concept isn't right. And definitely a different person now from then, because I met you and Danny and the Law of One, where I'm just like, I come back to making that decision for myself, and I'm just like, this is all about me.
Okay.
There is no separation. It's you finding you, right? But I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and say I don't miss that physicalness of my person. Not the sexual fact, but just that fact of, like, you know, those talks, those funny moments and things like that. But then I'm like, okay, well, you can give that to yourself, you know?
Exactly.
Come back to you. But I don't want to sit here and say it's hot and cold, but I come back to the question of who have I been being for me? And I feel like I haven't been the best person for myself, because there's some times where I do look at the physical 3D and I'm just like, damn, But then I'm like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
You know? Because I still do go back to our gym. I started going back to our gym that we, initially went to.
Okay.
I left for a little bit in the beginning or sometime last year, whatever. It wasn't necessarily to get away from him, but it was like, I need to do me or whatever. But now I'm just like, okay, I'm going to go back. Who cares, right? But then moments will come back to me in the gym of like things that were said to me or that moment that someone came up to me. And I'm like, why does that even matter? It doesn't even matter. So that's where I'm at. I don't even know if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. So let me start. There's a couple of things I want to unpack. But number one, have you accepted that right now everybody is you? Have you accepted that everything is you?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So even things showing up saying, hey, this person is doing something. Hey, you should lose hope. That is you as well, right?
Yes.
All right. So what are those things trying to tell you?
At that time, probably that I'm not.
No, it was a trick
focusing.
question. It was a trick question. They're not trying to tell you anything. They're trying to give you the opportunity to make a choice. Okay. So the first thing is right there, right? So you've been feeling almost this guilt, like you're abandoning yourself, right?
Yeah.
Why? Because you've been identifying with all these things going on, and you've been trying to place some kind of meaning into them. Because this happens, this must mean that I am not worthy. Because I see this, that must mean that I am not worthy. But those things just are.
Yeah.
You know? Now, once you get past that, all right? Let's say that we get past that, and right now you're at the acceptance that, okay, those things don't have anything to do with who I am right now in this present moment. Let me say something. Right now in this present moment, I might have to switch phones, so let me see. Let me just switch phones right now. Apologize for stopping mid like that.
That's okay.
All right, here we go. Money. Let me put this one on the chart. We done went through 2 batteries. Okay. So, here we go. Oh, did y'all drop? Fuck, my bad, man. Ugh, my bad. Oops. I know what it is. I know what it is. I think it's the, oh, look at that. Like magic. Sorry about that, yeah. All right, so who's up? It was Pris, right?
It was me.
All right, cool. So what we were talking about was, okay, so, yep. So all these things allow you to make a choice, okay? And so nothing is saying that you're not worthy. So the question I was going to ask is, right now in this moment, can you accept that you are whole, fulfilled, complete, perfect, worthy, divine, prosperous, all those things right now?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, 100%.
Yes.
All right, 100%. All right. So this sense of self-worth, okay, or not showing up for yourself, it doesn't come from who you accept yourself to be right now, right? It comes from constantly identifying with these other stories, the stories of the past, the stories of what somebody said, right?
Yeah.
So how can we move from you identifying with those stories to you understanding that those stories are neutral, and then you actually telling a different story, resting in a new story right now?
Well, I'm definitely not who anybody says that I once was, or it doesn't matter what they say. But I was definitely, that is something that I did deal with people saying certain things to me, like in my family, and their beliefs and conditioning brought on to me. So I would take those words and just be like, well, yeah, I have nothing going for me, or that's just how the cookie crumbles, you know? And so finding this, I know there's no belief. I know you don't have to believe because it's just true, right? What you say goes no matter what. Damn it. You're gonna make me cry, Alex.
It's okay.
But it's like I know I do love myself, and this is not a journey for I don't want to say this isn't a journey for anyone, but it's like either you want it or you don't. Either you want to stay in those things that once were, or you're going to open that door and just walk in faith and just know, right?
Yeah. So what are you afraid of when it comes to opening that door and walking in faith? Let's really dive in here. What do you think could happen? What's the worst that could happen?
Well, I know there's not the worst, but I know that no matter what, like when I walking through that door is gonna just open myself up to so much. Well, I have the opportunities now. I'm not gonna say it's going to happen, right? Because it's now. But I think the ego just tries to come in and say, well, it's just that trusting. It's just that choosing of me, because I'm going to be honest, I never chose myself before. Up until last year, I will be honest. It was choosing everything outside of me. Men, my family. It was just looking for that outside validation. Because I thought that was so much more, so much bigger than me.
And how are you making the change to choose yourself these days?
The presence. You speak about that and Danny and being present. And it's a practice. I'm not going to lie and not say that it's not difficult to be present with yourself. Like, I know right now I'm sitting on a bench next to the beach. I'm walking. That is my present moment right now. I'm talking to all you guys. But then the mind tries to tear you off in other ways. And you said something, I think it was yesterday or sometime that, darn it, I don't remember, but it was a good line, like you always do. Dropping bars. But it's just the memories of it, right? The memories come in, and it's sometimes you just get sucked in, and it's, I get frustrated with myself, or not with myself, but you know what I mean? Like, you get frustrated in those moments of like, damn, I don't want to sit in those sometimes.
Okay. Why?
And I think that's where it comes back to, well, who cares? They're not real.
they don't matter.
Let me ask you something, right? Because when I asked you how are you showing up for yourself and putting yourself first and loving yourself, you simply said being present. And then you said, yeah, well, once you said being present, that was it. All of a sudden you went right back to, oh, and then the mind does this and the ego does this and the, okay.
I know, after the but.
And then, but no, it's not even the but, right? We're about to get a little bit deeper. So now the mind does what it does. Then what do you do?
I don't want to say I fight with it, but I guess so. Like I will say this past weekend, it was last weekend where I was just really frustrated with myself and memories and stuff are just popping in and I'm like, damn, I don't want to be thinking about any of this. And I'm just like, okay, you're present with yourself. It doesn't matter. But then I'm fighting with it, right?
But, okay. So this is the point that I'm getting to, Pris. When you say loving yourself and then you say, okay, I'm loving myself by being present, is that it?
Are you meaning like what am I doing for me?
Yeah, like how are you putting yourself first?
For me, me loving me is showing up for myself every single day. We're saying
How?
because it's not about doing the hair and doing the makeup and I looking good for me. I know that like it's not looks for me, but it's showing up every day and saying, you know what, we're doing this for us. We're choosing us no matter what because we're going to parent ourselves in the best way that we can.
How?
By talking to myself better.
How? Give me an example.
By, if I'm feeling a certain way, I'll tell myself like, you're safe, you're good, I've got you. No matter what, I'm here for you.
Okay.
I've got you, my girl.
Okay.
I'll talk to me like, like a parent would. I mean, not that I will be honest, I was never talked to like that, but I'm talking to me like that. I'm my best parent.
Beautiful. Outside of talking, what else are you doing for yourself?
I started doing more hobbies for myself, finding things that, I started taking dance classes at the library. I'm doing things different for me, like starting to get my mind going in a more of like, I guess, an intellectual way, because I'm not going to sit around. What am I waiting for? Nothing.
Yeah.
So, I started, I don't know, drawing, coloring, getting my mind going, little things like that.
Gotcha. And how are these things helping you?
How is what?
How are these things helping you?
Honestly, it makes me calm. It makes me feel, I know it's not about feelings, but it just brings me to a level of just, I guess, comfortability.
Boom.
Doing these things for me.
Let me highlight something, okay? When it comes to getting what you want in life, no, it's not about feelings. When it comes to getting what you want in life, it's not about feelings. But hear this. Let's hear how you mixed it. Let's hear how you just blended this up, okay? We're just talking about how you love yourself. And you went into it's not about feelings. Are you loving yourself to love yourself? Or are you loving yourself to get something?
No.
No what?
Am I loving myself to get something, as in, like, the outside, like my 3D reality?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
I did, when I first started this, I will be honest,
I was trying to get the SP. You know, my mind was just on that. But now, no,
Good.
not anymore. I'm doing this to get me back.
Good.
To be honest.
Perfect. Just making sure, right? So when it comes to actually treating yourself right, of course feelings matter when it comes to treating myself right. So
Yeah.
why did you say feelings didn't matter? What did that mean?
I guess the feelings in the way of when you're, I guess, you know, the manifestations of the stuff like the money and the SP and all that stuff, right? Like that doesn't matter.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
The
that's what I
feelings.
meant. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I was just making sure. I'm just making sure we ain't have any blind spots to cover. I got you.
Oh, please. If I do, call me out. Call
Yeah.
your girl out.
No, absolutely. No, I mean, I like what you've been doing, right? You are returning to yourself. You are making it a habit to be in the present moment, to reparent yourself, to show up for yourself in these beautiful ways, right? So on that hand, it's cool. So you have this one beautiful thing that's going on, right? Or all these beautiful things where you're showing up for yourself in this divine way. And you've even made this beautiful transition from I'm doing things to get to I'm doing things for the fulfillment. I'm doing things to be. I'm doing things because I'm putting me first. So it's absolutely beautiful. Now, the other side of it is still the identification, right? Because certain things happened in my life in the past, or a situation came up and that situation is in my consciousness. Now I'm identifying with it. I'm saying, oh, well, this stuff happened, right? Or whether it's a family situation, right? So how do we get to the point where
Right.
you're doing these beautiful things, okay? Perfect. But now we're actually choosing different stories based on the family as well. We're not simply ignoring that and for the sake of, because Alex says there's no healing to do, I'm not going to fucking focus on it, but it's bothering me. Right? How do we begin to take those stories and tell new stories about them?
Perceiving them differently.
How?
To assume the best about the situations or people that are in your life.
What about when it's difficult to do that? Like you said.
To not, I guess, stress over it or worry about it, because I'm still the I am in that moment no matter what.
Yeah. So if it's more comfortable for you to realize that you are the I am still in every moment, no matter what, instead of trying to see everybody ideally, what about seeing the way that you're treated being ideally? Does that kind of take away a little bit of resistance?
Yeah.
So could the initial focus be, okay, yeah, I have these stories about my family and they're kind of fearful, right? And so could I start to simply make the forefront of my mind choosing how I'm treated, choosing how people show up for me, choosing how my past does not determine my present moment? Could I make it about kind of, because, all right, here's the thing, and I'm just going to throw this out there, maybe it'll help somebody, is that as humans, if we are conditioned in a way where we're constantly pleasing other people, okay, we might constantly feel like victims to other people, or whatever the case may be. We could get into this space, right? And our energy is still always focused outward. So we still haven't pulled our energy back to ourself and made ourself the center of the universe. Instead, we're simply focused on changing the story about them out there. They're like this now. How do I see them differently? How do I see them differently? Instead of how am I seen differently? Who am I? So collapsing that energy, instead of reaching out there, which always feels exhausting, right? If you've always felt like you're overextending and helping others, well, then naturally, even in this space, right, you're going to feel like you're overextending and trying to help. It's just a familiar pattern. So overextend and try to change the story about people outside of you, instead of going within and saying, okay, no, this is how I am treated. This is how I am treated. Now, you show up, however, right? And I'll allow you to unfold, but I keep the focus on me. And what this allows you to do is now when you put that focus on me, I don't have all my weight on this person changing. I know that I've changed. And so now I can start to perceive everything as a divine hint. Everything is proof of my change. And now reality unfolds quicker because now I have the eyes to see more when I bring my consciousness, my focus on myself. That makes sense?
Yes. And that is actually a great perspective, to be honest. That does sound so much better.
So let's walk through it, right? Let's walk through it. So how would that actually look in practice? Right? So what is a I guess a story that you could retell from that perspective? You don't have to be specific, you don't want to share anything like that. Because this is on the YouTube. So is there a certain story that we can walk through that could help? Or that we could walk through?
Actually, a good one that I could share is like my sisters have always said, ever since I was little, right, I've always heard this: "You're so selfish," right? That's just something that they'll say to me, or like, "You're just like your dad. You're so selfish." And to me, that would hurt me before, right? I would just be like, "Well, how am I selfish? Like, I'm not though. Yeah. That's just, I don't understand what they're saying." So now that I'm here in this moment, and the other day, my sister actually said this to me again. And I didn't react to it, but I was just like, I let it go over my head, water off the duck's back. But I know that is not who I am.
Exactly.
So in practice, for me, I know that I am supported and loved and treated right no matter what. Especially by my sisters. I have a great relationship with them. But before, that would have really gotten to me. But the other day I was like, oh, I'm so proud of myself. But it's just knowing that I have the love and support, and I am treated right no matter what.
How does that feel? And I want to kind of go a little bit deeper as well. But how does that feel to you right now? Does that feel like something that is maintainable?
Yes.
Good.
I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, cool. Just want to make sure that we don't have to keep working on it. I'm here to help you. So what that also does, right, is bringing the story back to us. Is let's say that one person is telling me that I'm selfish, okay? And so now, and this is a little bit of physical reality advice for everybody too, right? This is when we put on the rose-colored glasses versus the shit-colored glasses, right? So let's say that one person calls me selfish, and that person is dear to me, right? They're close to my heart, as family is, right? And so now, if I'm constantly focused on they don't see me as selfish, I can get to the point where I just am blinded to all the other people that think I'm just beautiful and divine and selfless and so helpful. Praise, I've never had an inkling of a thought that you were selfish. And I'm sure a lot of people can attest to that it has never crossed my mind that you would even be selfish at all, right? So sometimes we can get so focused on one opinion that we miss all the other favorable opinions around about us, right? But also when I pull that story back to myself, no, I'm treated that well. I'm treated well. Not only does that change the story with that person, right? But it changes the story with everybody. Everybody, right? So now we're not just simply tossing pebbles at targets, right? We are going to the source. This is what it means, going to the source. Going to the source, right? I feel like this is a gym now for everybody. This is what it means when we say go to the source. They're not the source. You change one, right? No, go to the root cause. The root cause is me. I am the origin, the center point, the source code, the programmer. I am the architect. I change me. I choose who I am, how I am seen, how I am received, and now everybody falls like dominoes. Make sense?
That makes so much sense. Yes.
And then it's just more maintainable because we're constantly in our own energy. We're not trying to project into others' energy. We truly come back to our throne in the center of reality. Right? You are in the center of reality. So it's that analogy that I gave, that right here in this moment, you are the source, right? So imagine this beacon of bright light, this God energy just flowing through you, animating you. Right? And so from this energy, it holds all your assumptions, your knowing of yourself. And when you walk into a room, you walk in with this energy and it unfolds from within you and it animates everything around. Now, when I see people out there, remember, there's nobody really out there. They're all within me anyway. They're all here with me anyway. But when I leave this point of power, my knowing of who I am, and I try to go out there and change them, I'm leaving this center point of power. Boom. I'm leaving it. I'm going out there. Right? It's much more efficient to change reality where? From the source. From the source. Okay?
Got it.
Now, what else were we talking about? Not showing up for yourself. But I think that you have that down packed. I feel like do you believe that there's something else with showing up for yourself that you'd like to talk through?
No, I'm honestly pretty proud of myself of how, because I'm not the person I was last year. I have shown up for myself so much more than I've ever had. And those are the little moments where I catch myself throughout the day and I'm like, you know what? You have grown so much within you. Like, you are doing a damn good job, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I feel good for me. And I'm proud of me in those moments because, again, it is just all about us. It's about coming back to self. And it is a practice that you have to do, but it's not doing in the way of like, I have to do all these things, like subs and, I'm to the point where honestly, I'm not even declaring much like how I used to, and that's a pretty proud moment for me as well. And I know, don't laugh, sir. But we've all been there, and the thing that I'll say throughout the day is like, you know what, we're gonna have a good day, and that's just it. Because how can you become somebody that you already are?
Yeah.
And those are just things that are helpful reminders because it's just, you're reminding yourself of who you are already. And those things are beautiful in those moments.
Hold up, y'all. I have to, she just dropped a diamond and then walked off like it wasn't a diamond. All right, let's talk about this, okay? The goddess just said, I don't even decree that much anymore. I just decide I'm going to have a good day because how could I become what I already am? How could I become what I already am? Just dropped a diamond, then breezed on by it like it was nothing. But that is the key, right? It's that unconditional acceptance of who you are. It's that returning to self. It's all about self, returning to self over and over and over, placing yourself on your throne in the center of reality, which is where you all belong. You deserve to be treated well. You deserve to be worshipped. You deserve for everything to flow into your life. You deserve ease and prosperity and abundance. You deserve all of these things, right? And all of those things are a byproduct of you putting yourself first. Thank you. Bruce. Before we go a little further, anybody have questions so far on that?
Yes, I do.
All right.
So the thing is, I agree with everything that you guys said. Also, the thing where you said that, how can I become something that I already am? which is true. Right. I am everything that there is. But to a certain point, I'm like, well, then I'm also the delay I think I perceive. It's coming back to the question I asked this morning. I still don't feel like it was answered completely.
Okay.
So it comes back to me also being the delay, and I can also decide that there is no delay. Then why do I still experience something that looks like delay?
How are you still experiencing something that looks like delay?
Yeah, because if I made the decision that delay doesn't exist, then it can't be delayed. What I see can't be delayed.
That's right.
Then it's still there though.
Is it?
Well, from the decision I made, it can't be, but I'm not my desire is not there either.
Are you sure you made the decision? Are you sure you made that decision? How, if you say you made the decision, how could you ask the question if there's delay? I know it's a mind-bending question, and this is a mind-bending concept, but let's talk through it from the Rudy to the Tootie, okay? So you are reality, your physical reality. You're as within, so without is not profound enough for you, right? You are reality. What is out there just is within you. It just is you. Huh? So you are reality. Reality unfolds from within you. So when you say that it's done, where does it first have to be done? Of course, within us, right? And so when it's done from within us, instantly, reality, it's unfolding from within us. When I make a decision, because I am reality, boom, it unfolds from within me. So what is time, therefore? What is time?
Well, I am time.
Right? You are time. But what is the human perception of time?
Well, something unfolding.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. It's unfolding. So all it is it gives our mind a logical sense of continuity from one image to another. So if right now I'm in lack, I want $1 million. I decide I'm $1 million, I hold it. Now time unfolds to give me a continuous picture of the unfolding of me. It's just there to give me the perception of becoming something. Because if everything showed up instantly, then it might be a little bit frightening.
I get it.
Okay, cool. So the more that we open our mind, to the acceptance or the expectation of absolute miracles happening, the more that we open our mind to we are physical reality and things do show up instantly, the more that they show up quickly. The moment that we make a decision, we instantly begin to see the unfolding show up.
I don't know about that one. Like you said, you said something about the unfolding taking its time so that it makes sense in my head. I don't think that something takes a week for it to make sense in my head.
But here again,
why would it?
Just your ability to perceive that it's taking a week. If you had accepted that it was yours, you would know it was yours. The week only comes from the only reason that y'all come up here and tell me things like, oh, it's been taking a month or 2 months or 6 months or a week is because you're sitting there trying to be God's timekeeper. You're trying to micromanage the infinite. Where is it? If you just had it, that collapses time. It's the constant counting of the time. It's the constant looking out there and waiting to be validated that creates a lot of time. People change mid-conversation when you make a choice. Things show up quickly.
Okay.
But the absolute...
I sat with that too, but then I decided, well, what if I just decide that me thinking about time and thinking that it takes a week doesn't matter? And then I was like, well, what is left then? But it still took time.
Yeah.
I even went as far as to say, well, me thinking about time does not get in the way. It does not create anything.
So you're not doing any of this from the having of something. You're doing all of those things from the manipulation. You're trying to play manipulation with God, right? Remember, God won't be mocked. You only can have what you have, right? You can't try to get around some universal law by deciding, even if I don't think about it, then I'll have it. This is the law of being, the law of I am, meaning you only can have what you have. So like, I can't trick, like, I can't say, oh, I don't have it, but I have it because it doesn't. I can't say, oh, I don't accept that I have it, but because I decide that it doesn't matter that I don't accept that I have it, I have it. That's not how it works. You accept that you have it. This is, you have what you have. This is the law of being. Right? So I hear you, but you're trying to sprinkle a law on top of not having something. You haven't accepted that you have it, which is why you're counting time. And it's why you're also saying, well, even if I don't think that I have it, I still have it. Or even if I, think that it's taking a long time, I still have it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So the acceptance has to come first. It's literally sitting in that unconditionally acceptance that you are it. That right there is the work of consciousness. It is acceptance that you are it, right? There's no amount of manipulate. We cannot manipulate God. God does not lie. The law is impartial. This law is absolute. It is fair. It is just to everyone. It shows up the same way to all based on our level of consciousness. We can't trick the law by deciding, well, I don't have it, but it doesn't matter that I don't have it. I'll still have it. We have to decide that we have it.
All right.
But that is where the beauty.
It's just going to take a moment for me to click.
Yeah, absolutely. But so even to kind of continue to speak to everybody, right? Because this is an important thing, right? The whole, yes, okay, I'm God. Well, the rule, this is the law of being, the law of I am prosperity. I am the person that has this. What I decide I am, God unconditionally mirrors that back. Unconditionally. Having is mirrored, lack is mirrored. To him who has, more will be given. But to him who has not, even what they have will be taken away. If you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, what you do not bring forth will destroy you. The law is actually, it's just absolute. So when it comes to having, that is it. You have it. What is the beautiful part about this? That you already have everything. You already have everything. So it's like everybody think about this, all right? So right now you have this treasure within you. Okay? And instead of just accepting the truth, right? Instead of just accepting that we have it, we're not accepting that we have it. We're saying it doesn't matter if I accept that I have it, I can still have it because I say so. That's just trying to manipulate the law. Huh? This is why I'll tell y'all to sit down with this, the understanding. Sit down and play with it, right? Whoa, that was crazy. Sit down and accept that you have it. Accept that right now you are the person that you desire to be. Okay? Accept that you have the money, that you have that person. Accept it. Okay? Even if it feels like you don't have it, accept that you do. Even if your mind is telling you, boy, you're crazy, accept that you do. Just accept that you have it.
All right, thank you. I think I will just sit a bit with myself and just let it sink in. Instead of just trying to put phrases on top of the knowledge, just let it sink in instead.
Does it make sense so far, though? Any questions just stand out right now that we can talk about?
I don't have questions. It does make sense. It does.
Wonderful.
It's going to.
Yeah, okay. I would love to revisit this conversation. If that's cool with you, I would love to revisit this conversation. Cool.
Same, but the thing is, like, I get really, really, really far. Like, I went really far when it came to non-duality, to a point where like I was like, if everything is neutral, what am I here to do? And then I was like everything is neutral, like everything is good, everything is perfect. Like what am I doing here?
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, the whole point is this experience, so you have to take an identity. You cannot just sit here and do nothing. And then I started doing it, and then I just kind of let my thoughts flow, and I just picked the ones I wanted, and I also accepted the ones I didn't want. I accepted them. I let the feeling arise, but I just didn't identify with it.
Yeah.
And when I was in that space, things happened like instantly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think now maybe I've identified with the identity that I have I'm doing something wrong, and that's why I'm like.
There we
like
go.
Right now in this life.
There we go.
So
That's.
maybe that's what I did.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know.
That's the
Say
same
what?
thing. That's the same thing that I was gonna say, but you said it first. It was the identification of yourself, like you were doing something wrong. I don't know. Maybe is there more pressure on this desire than others? Are you putting more pressure on yourself? Are you trying to quote unquote trying to mimic something that you did in the past instead of just being and accepting your perfection?
Yeah, this does feel different. So I must be doing something different
Right.
than that other time.
So,
Maybe.
but that's the thing as well, right? Is does different mean wrong? Is what I'm saying, right? It's the judging of yourself, right? Okay, well, you immediately can go to this story where things seem to show up instantly, which is our natural state as the miracle of God, right? Is that things show up instantly. Now, you're now saying, okay, I was doing something differently. Are you judging that you were doing something better right then, right? Could you simply accept that you don't truly know how you were doing things, and right now you're just going to accept that you're doing things right?
Yes, I also did that at some point, like yesterday. I sat with myself yesterday, and I tried to figure out like why I feel this certain way, or like why I have so many questions. And then I went and then I thought back of the other time where everything seemed perfectly and felt better. Then I was like, but the feeling doesn't matter. Like it's okay that it felt that way, but right now is also perfect. Like there's no if I am God, then there's no way that right now is not perfect.
There's no way that God isn't perfect? No, unless we decide that he's not.
No, I was saying that there's no way that the present moment is not perfect.
Yes.
Like it is perfect.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. But we start bringing judgment and all kinds of things into it, right? But you're absolutely right. It just is. I'm interested kind of I guess I don't really have any more questions right now.
You said what?
I said that's a first. I guess I don't really have any more questions right now.
Oh, alright.
Do you?
Well, my mind is saying that. Well, if right now is perfect,
Yeah.
then why do I have this longing to have some to experience something right now? And this longing to experience something is also an expression of the I am, right? Then.
I mean, but there's nothing wrong with the.
What?
What's wrong with the longing though?
That's it. That's the thing. Like, let's say whenever you want to experience something immediate or like the next day, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's perfect. Why is there still an impression that like, how can I say this? Like, let's say I have this longing to experience something tomorrow. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's just that I am expressing itself through me.
Yeah.
But then there comes the next day and it just doesn't appear.
Yeah. And so now you think you did something wrong when it could happen midday the next day, but you're thinking, oh well, something went wrong because back in the past I've had these things that have shown up quote unquote instantly, and so now I drop into judgment of myself.
Maybe.
I mean that's what it sounds like.
Actually, I Actually, I think I will just sit with myself a little bit and let what we just spoke about sink in. I'll probably have the answer. Like if I have a question, then I'm the answer because I have everything. So.
Absolutely. Okay. That's fair.
Hey, Diva.
What's up, y'all?
I'm gonna need you to crack my brain open right now. Well, Alex.
I'm gonna let you guys. Bye. Thank you, by
Later.
the way.
Thank you.
Hi, Lex. I need you to, essentially do a full lobotomy over the phone. I do have questions for you. Number one, let's start with this. I understand the whole, we are all, one consciousness. We are all the I am, right? How is everyone you?
How is everyone you? Okay. So, everyone is you because you are everything. Okay. God is everything, right? So, God, the Father, Source, Spirit, whatever you want to call it. Matter of fact, let's take a long journey. All right, I'm going to take a long journey together, okay? So, let's understand. Let's think that right now God is all that there is. And I'm going to speak in concessions. I've said this story before, but I'm going to say it again. So let's imagine that in the beginning, everything is created, right? God created everything, all that there is. Within all that there is all that there is. Meaning, of course, we have this one universe, but within it is every timeline, every possibility, everything that could potentially happen, right? Now, in order to experience this, right, which comes from that innate initial divine urge of Source to know itself, it creates this beautiful vessel. This vessel is beautiful, right? Beautiful. It looks like you. It looks like me. And so this vessel is meant to hold the fullness of the divine within it. Okay? So all of the divine is poured into this vessel. But in order for this vessel to truly create the illusion of experiencing itself, it has to have others. Because even if I create all of this and it's just me, how do I experience the fullness of myself? So what happens is all of the divine is poured into this vessel, and then it gives the illusion of cracks. It just splits. But this splitting is like a mirror. Okay, if you just punch a mirror and all of a sudden it would crack. The glass would crack, and you would have all of these different refractions or reflections. In each of these reflections, it's still the one vessel. It's just giving the illusion of separation because it's cracked and now it's mirrored. So now you have these billions of different vessels. And we're just talking about Earth, okay? Just talking about Earth. We're not talking about the aliens right now, y'all. All right. So now, in order to keep the illusion of separation, because there's still just one vessel, there's just you, there's just me, as God. Just seeing everything, but it looks like a reflection of itself, right? You get what's called this ego. And so what the ego does is it places this veil over you. And now all of a sudden, you forget. And you simply see the illusion of separation. Instead of seeing yourself everywhere, I see me. I see you. I see them. I see the grass. I see the trees. I see all of these things. But it does not take away that it's all an illusion. There is only God poured into God within God. And everyone is simply a reflection of that one God. Does that make sense so far?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Perfect. So now the next thing to realize and to remember is that when the cracking happened, the cracking did not push these beings out. The cracking just gave the vessel the illusion of seeing things, right? The vessel has this crack and it's seeing through all these cracks. And it's just all these different people look like they're out there, but it's really still just one vessel. So there's no SP out there. There's no mom out there. There's no dad out there. There's no Sierra out there. There's just me. All of those people, all of these quote unquote individuals are just within me. Make sense so far?
Yes, I guess. Continue.
You guess. Guess what? What are the questions on so far?
Like, okay, like I get it, it is just one vessel, but like in the sense of, I understand that there is the illusion of separation, right? Which is how we experience ourselves through experiences, people, etc., etc. But when we talk about, like, for example, like the people, quote unquote, out there,
Yeah.
that, like, okay, like the friggin' SP journey, how, if they are you, how do they have their own behaviors, things, etc., etc.? Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely. Because all that there is, right, in order to quote unquote have this illusion of separation, has chosen to see itself through all of those vessels. All of those vessels. So right now you're taking an individualized perspective of all that there is. Okay? You are all that there is, taking one individualized perspective of all that there is. Okay? I am all that there is, taking one individualized perspective of all that there is. The fullness of God is in both of us. The fullness of God is in both of us. But I am all that there is, taking a perspective. Or else, okay, you say, what's the point of that? All right, well, would it be fun if you came down to earth? Sometimes, look, guys, listen to your question. Would it be fun if right now, okay, everybody did the exact same shit? Would it be fun if everybody just stood up, sat down, talked at the same time, said the same shit, raised the right hand, raised the left hand? You do this to experience yourself, right? So now you break into, so it's individualized perspectives as the one. Each one, right? It's like this, okay? Let's say that right now there is one earth, okay? There's one earth. Now that one earth changes into infinite versions of itself. All right, now let's focus on one single person. All right, let's go into multiverse theory. Let's focus on one individual person. Let's say that on one of those earths, or all of those earths, all of the versions of this person are born at the same time. Boom. Okay, they're all born. Now, they all start crying at the same time. But half of them, the doctor says stop. The other half, the doctor said doesn't say anything. So all of a sudden we have a split. Boom. Half universes are one way, half are the other way. The parents pick up the kids, right? There's another split. The mom picks up first in one universe, the father in another. Okay? What am I articulating? The difference of choices. Okay? So now everybody is making these choices, and all of these universes begin to unfold in different ways. Okay? It just allows you to experience different ways. So every time you make a decision, you're splitting, right? You're creating more and more differences. So you can experience yourself in different ways. So you can have different things. So if there are infinite realities, that means there's infinite versions. I'm getting into multiversal theory. I kind of went off on a tangent, y'all. Let me bring myself back. Okay? So now, if there are, let's go back to the one vessel. All right? There's one vessel. In order to seal in the illusion, to experience yourself, all right? To experience these different perspectives of yourself, there has to be this illusion of separation where this person seems to be an individualized perspective. This person seems to be it. This allows you to interact with yourself, to constantly interact with yourself. But all of this is within you. You are the one changing. When you change your perspective, you change to a different reality. When you change perspective, you change to a different reality. Doesn't change the fact that all of that is within you. Let's recenter, because I'm sure there's going to be questions after I said that. So what's up? How y'all feel about that? No questions, y'all? I was clear as mud. Pluribus? I ain't never even heard of that. Let me check it out. I'm gonna check it out though. Yes, let me simplify this because I'll go on this all day, all right? To simplify this, the only way that you could experience yourself is to have the illusion of different individual points of consciousness. Okay? Now, I'm going to ask a simple question. Have you seen someone manifest a specific person?
Yes.
So how could you manifest a specific person if other people had free will in your reality? It wouldn't make sense. That would violate all kinds of things, right? You cannot choose to manifest somebody if they have free will in your reality. So if they don't have free will, what does it mean? Whose will are they following? If you can choose their will for them, whose will are they following? Yours. They're following yours. Okay? If they are following your will and there's no separation in consciousness, that must mean they are you. They are you. Question so far?
But then how, okay, this might be a dumb question,
It's
but
not.
then how do they, like, okay, for example, in the situation of manifesting a specific person, whatever, how do they just go out and, like, do things that, like, I understand that they're having, like, a human experience as well, but if we're sitting here and it's like, no, like, you're showing up for me this way, like, this is my perception of you, and then they're doing other things that are not that, then, like, that's not free will, question mark. Like, I don't know, I can't wrap my mind around that.
If you choose that they're doing something and they're doing something opposite?
Like, I don't know, like, when I make a choice, like, not too much on me, but I am on the lovely SP journey. But, like, when I sit there and make a choice of being like, this is what it is, I personally find myself, like, looking for it out there. And then it's like, okay, well, why aren't you showing up in the way I perceive you? And that in itself is just, like, a vicious cycle.
I mean, but you're manifesting that, right? So you decide they're going to show up a certain way, but then the external world doesn't show it, quote unquote, in the time that you want immediately. So now instead of saying, oh, it's still unfolding, it is, I am the truth. You are looking out there and saying, oh, because it's not showing me something, I must be doing something wrong. Why are you doing that? You're assuming an identity based on the external reality. And so if it's showing me something and I'm saying, oh, yes, this is who I am. Why are you doing that? I must be doing something wrong. Now you just end up in the cycle, right? Reality shows up a certain way. You say, oh, why are you showing up this way? I must be doing something wrong. Then it shows up that way again. You say, I must still be doing something wrong. And so that's the cycle. The cycle is that you're not standing firm in that identity. It's not about ignoring the 3D. It's not about just closing your eyes, right? Putting on your stunner shades, right? And ignoring reality. It's about accepting that you are reality. What is out there must conform to you. You are reality. Everything out there is just, it's a reflection of you.
That makes sense. I mean, I sit there and, like, ask myself, like, wondering, like, if I'm perceiving things correctly. Because, number one, obviously the mind chatters, that's not like a personal experience. Everyone has that, like, ego aspect to them, which is obviously how, we experience ourselves through, like, that illusion of separation. So I get that. But, like, I think about the past when I knew, like, when I first started learning about, like, reality creation and got, like, a bunch of, like, unfavorable shit. So, like, now I sit here and I'm like, well, how do I know I'm doing it right? And I know you always say, like, the wrong question is, like, not what do I do, but who am I being? But how do I know if I'm perceiving it correctly?
Think about what you just asked. How do you know if you're doing it right? You know that you're doing it right. You know that you're doing it right. You know that you've accepted that this is who you are now. It's an acceptance. It's a fact, right? It's not a belief. So right now, you're saying, okay, how do I know? But what you're really trying to say is, how do I believe that I'm doing it right? No, it's you accept that you're doing it right. You accept that you're doing it right. It is just the truth. Here's the thing, right? Because we've talked about timelines before. You've asked me about it, and I kind of talked about it before. Do you think that you need to know how timelines work to accept that everybody is a reflection of you and they must conform to you?
I think the human mind answer to that question is yes. And I know you always say like it goes beyond logic, it goes beyond belief. It's just an acceptance, and like the human brain can't wrap its mind around it. But like I sit here and I'm like, I just like the thought of being like the creator and like the controller of all of this, like it's an acceptance. But I think there's like this small part of me believes that there's like something else out there like controlling this shit.
Right.
If that makes sense.
No, that makes perfect sense, right? So really you're waiting for something to assure you that everything is going to be fine before you go out and figure out that everything is fine. You're waiting for some sense of validation, some sense of mental validation before you actually decide to jump off the cliff and actually believe in yourself.
You got me there. Okay.
So
love that.
it
No,
doesn't
that's for sure.
it doesn't matter like how much you try to search for information, right? You're always going to be searching and searching and searching and searching for knowledge. If you're waiting to let me be very clear when I say this to all of you, right? You are the mind of the infinite. The infinite is within you. If you wait until you understand the infinite to decide who you are, it's called the infinite for a reason. The infinite is infinite. The infinite is infinite. To believe that you have to understand the infinite before you jump off of the cliff is to simply lead yourself down the path of seeking. It's still about making the decision. This is just what it is. You have enough information. You've been doing this for enough times. You've seen enough proof. Now it's time for you to be the proof. Let me say that one more time. You've got enough information. You've been doing this for long enough. You've seen the proof. You've seen the success stories. Now it's time for you to be the proof. Don't use kind of this seeking of knowledge as a crutch to keep you from being who you desire to be. That's the ego's last line of defense. We don't know enough. You never will. You'll never know enough. There's still times where I doubt. You'll never know enough. You'll never know enough. Okay? Even with all this shit I've seen, there are still times where I'm like, ah, damn, am I doing this shit right? Oh, fuck, yes, of course I am. I am that guy. So it's not about getting all the knowledge so I can create a comfy, fluffy pillow bed. So if I jump just slightly, I'll land safely. No, it's about jumping off the plane, knowing that just making the decision to know that you will be supported.
How do you sit there in the knowing but not feel robotic? Because I know I appreciate that response, and it was amazing, and it really like you said, like there's not, I mean, I've sat here and one thing about me is that I'm always on the lives and in the comments and that kind of stuff, but they're really, and like I just find myself like when you ask questions, like I sit there and I'm like, oh, like I know the answer to that, like intellectually I get it, but I guess it really just is kind of like walking through the door of just like letting go of the chatter of the mind and whatever it's going to tell you, and like these thoughts of loops like that, oh, you're in this loop, and ignoring it and
Right.
just being like essentially like surrendering to it. No?
Know what?
I don't know.
It's if you know it intellectually, you know enough to surrender to it. You know enough to right now sit down. Okay, right now, let's play a game right now, Sierra.
Okay.
You sitting down?
Yes.
All right, don't want you to take a deep breath. I don't want you to do anything. Just as you are right now, I want you to simply say, I am everything I desire to be right now. Get off mute.
Okay.
I want you to just simply
I'm
say it.
everything I desire to be right now.
All right, how does that make you feel?
Honestly, like a few different things. Like there's like this comfort of just being, right? Which is just the I am. And then the mind obviously immediately comes in and is like, well, how are you being that? Like, what are you doing to be that? Like, what identity do you need to take on? And there's not an identity to take on because that's the character.
All right, Miss Fast Thought. Let's ask you another question. Let's work through this, okay? How often are you truly present?
Not as often, if I'm being honest, not as often as I should be.
Okay.
Obviously, like with, your challenge and stuff, that's been very helpful. Just, like, okay, like reminding myself, like literally just like be where your feet are, essentially.
Okay.
But yeah.
When you say not as much as you should be, what is should be?
Well, I know I've never been in anyone else's mind, and I don't know what that looks like, so I can't compare it, so you can't use that one on me. But I will find myself, like, kind of, obviously we're not the thoughts, we're the awareness and the observer of them, I understand that, but I will find myself just kind of thinking about, like, when those thoughts appear within my awareness, I will sit there and be like, oh, okay, like, going down like that path, right, of the thought loops, like that take me to like a past or a future that literally doesn't exist and is just genuinely a thought in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the kind of the lack of presence.
Perfect. That's perfect. That's fine. Is there something wrong with that?
I feel like there is.
Why?
Because I'm sitting there living in shit that's happened to me in the past or worried about a story that the ego is trying to create. And then I know you always say, like, you have anxiety about the anxiety, right? And it's so true. Like, I sit there and I'm like, I'm feeling anxious because there's this feeling of anxiousness, like, sitting within my awareness. But I'll sit there and I'm just like, I have this fear if I, it's not okay to do that because if I sit in it for too long, it's going to, like, show up in my 3D that way.
Yeah, here come Helios again. All right, so here we go. Right now, all right, you're getting sucked into physical reality, right? Okay, you're getting sucked into physical reality. You're getting sucked into these stories. Okay. Now, what happens when you remember? Oh shit, okay, cool. I am source. Now, what happens when you remember? Walk me through that.
When I pull myself out of the thought loop of being like, okay, like, I am source, I am like, okay, for like that split second between, remembering and telling myself that, and then I go back to thinking like, okay, well, did I sit in that thought loop for too long? Like, did I observe that for too long? That, like, that's now my truth. Like, because I know at the end of the day, regardless of, like, the thoughts you're observing or whatever you're doing, you're still God. But it's like, even when I try and sit and, like, bring myself back to I am source and, like, the literal present moment, the brain immediately goes to this, like, okay, well, did you dwell in that for too long? And it's exhausting.
But, so Sierra, listen to you, right? There's nobody in your mind but you. There's just you sitting there and judging yourself over and over and over and over again. You're the one saying, oh, did I sit in that too long? What do you mean? The I am, the large part of you, right? The part of you that does the work, the part of you that always holds on to the desire, that is never touched, is always working. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you get sucked into the ego. The ego's not doing anything. The I am is. So the moment that you remember and you fall back, you snap right back into the timeline where I am is doing everything. This is not a creative part of you. This ego, this little thing is not the creative part of you. It's just a collection of thoughts. Sitting in it for 5 seconds, 5 hours, 5 days does nothing until you start judging yourself. And you start saying, well, I must be doing this wrong. One thing about it, right, is your ability to give yourself, your ability moving forward to give yourself grace is going to be very, very helpful. Do you truly accept that you're perfect?
As the I am, yes.
But?
Oh, I didn't say but.
Okay, cool. So as the I am, you are. What about? Okay, so cool. That's fine. As the I am, you are perfect. All right. So if that I am is perfect, how often do you return to that perfection?
Whenever I catch myself, going down like these little rabbit holes of thoughts.
Can you begin to also add, when you're going back or when you're remembering and you're returning to that perfection, that right now, once you remember and you return back, that the I am has always been untouched by the ego. It's always been untouched by your doubts, by your thoughts. Remember, all of your thoughts, your doubts, your fears, all of that is an aspect of the ego. The I am is untouched by it. Can you return to that I am and simply know that it is all perfect? It is all still playing out perfectly.
Well, a sister can try moving forward.
There's no trying, right? What is keeping you from actually committing to it? What's keeping you from being it?
If I'm being completely honest, I feel like I'm so afraid of the fucking thoughts. And that sounds so silly, but I am afraid of the thoughts because, like I said, when I, for example, in the past, obviously we know the past doesn't exist and it's just a thought in your head. When I tried to consciously create my reality before and got a bunch of shit I didn't want, right? With the SP. And I feel a lot of it does come from the perverted LOA, the way that people talk about it on social media and TikTok. I know that's a lot of conditioning, but that's not my whole point of that. I sit there and I'm okay, well, if the I am is untouched by the ego, then how did I have these unfavorable things pop up before? And that's what freaks me out.
I got you. So it's the past, right? It's the past. Okay. So before that conditioning, or when you were going through that, were you actually accepting that right now you were perfect? Or was that simple? Okay. What is the difference between the core foundational I am belief and what you believed back then? And can you actually rest on the truth of what you believe now to know that everything can unfold perfectly for you?
Yikes, you got me there. I feel like before, I would always think that the mental chatter and the things that the mind throws out, I thought that was me and I believed them. So I think the difference now is just knowing that it's it's not me creating and bringing up those thought loops, and it's the ego, the mechanism meant to protect you and throw that old stuff at you. And maybe that's kind of the key of knowing okay, before you identified with that and focus on that because you thought it was you and you're okay, whatever. But it's not I sat there and consciously tried to create the unfavorable BS. You know what I mean?
I know, exactly. But okay, you didn't try to consciously create it, but you still had an underlying assumption. You had an underlying knowing that all thoughts, even the unfavorable ones, created. So now all of a sudden you're sitting here and you're trying to fight with all these thoughts, and you have this fear that the unfavorable thoughts are going to show up. And then you have this knowing that the unfavorable thoughts, if you think about them, will show up. So everything just manifested perfectly for you. Now it's coming to this point to understand that my thoughts don't create. That becomes my underlying assumption. Underlying assumption, they don't create. I am creates. And I am always is in perfect alignment with me, right? It always knows what I want. It's the one that gives me the desires. It's the one that carries forth everything. Okay? So how can we move from this fear of thoughts? How can we move to this fear of thoughts till you actually, whenever you remember who you are, telling the proper story about how your thoughts create reality? And honestly, I believe it's a simple answer.
I mean, just kind of knowing that they, like, when the mind chatters, like, allowing it to be there. Like, you're asking, like, how, like, you know, I can sit here, like, now and, like, moving forward, like, on how to deal with that. Is that, I'm sorry, can you ask your question again?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, how can you move forward? Okay, so you used to have this belief or this assumption that your thoughts created reality, negative thoughts created reality. And so now you're coming into this knowing that I am creates the reality. Okay, cool. I am creates the reality. Perfect. How can you move from being scared of your thoughts? What could you do? How could you reinforce that belief? How could you stand in that assumption, stand in that knowing from this point moving forward that your thoughts are nothing to be scared of? How can you reinforce that knowing within you?
Bringing myself back to the present moment, and reminding myself that, like, I am source, you know, of all of this, and just, like, like, whether it's, like, verbally or, like, internally, just, you know, reminding myself that the thoughts don't create.
Okay, how would you do that?
Saying it out loud, or, like, you know, just, you know, even saying it internally, not out loud.
Okay, cool. So you say it out loud or you realize internally, whatever the case may be. All right, cool. And now, when also you have that that thought or that belief that, okay, am I doing this for too long? Have I been spiraling for too long? How can you bring yourself out of that?
Being, again, like, present, bringing myself back to the present moment, and reminding myself that the ego is not the creative part of any of this, and the I am carries all of it.
Yeah. Have you been doing that?
No, because I get so overwhelmed with the thoughts, honestly.
I got you. What if we just made your primary focus on giving yourself grace? Your primary focus moving forward was to be kind to yourself. It is when you are conscious, when you become conscious of your thoughts, that should be a moment to celebrate. Oh, I caught myself thinking. I caught myself in a negative thought loop. Now I get the chance to remind myself that in this moment, I'm perfect. I'm complete. Everything is working out for me. I am does the work. And I do not have to be afraid of the thoughts because the thoughts aren't creating. What if that just became your thing, right? If we just focused on that part that's been causing you that suffering.
Well, I think that would be helpful. I think this might sound silly, and I know people are going to say it's not silly, but sometimes I think, like, okay, like, if I sit here and just put that focus, and I know this is inherently incorrect, but if I sit here and, like, put this focus back on, like, myself and moving through all of this, like, and consciously, like, creating, of course I am does the work. I think there's a part of me that is like, well, if you do that, like, still, like, what if the shit you want doesn't show up? And I know it's not about doing things to get anything out there, because there's not, when you know, we say there's no out there, it's like nothing happens without you know, like how you always say, like, people are empty vessels, right? You know, but I think there's a part of me that's like, that still doesn't believe that's true. Like, in the sense of people, you know, on the friggin' SP journey, like, that people kind of just are able to do their own thing, and, like, I'm not actually creating any of it.
People are able to do their own thing, but I'm not actually creating all of it.
has like their own free will, and this is just like all.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right, cool. Well, shoot. I mean, you already know your blind spots. Okay. I think a lot of this comes from, right? So the interesting thing that I've noticed about you is that when you say your thought spiral, even when we came up with a solution right now, it's almost as if you were just searching for another excuse, for another thing to reach for. All right? Thank you, Helios. I appreciate your feedback on my channel. Right? So it's as if, okay, we figured out that, okay, we can get yourself to this moment where all of a sudden you begin to drop these labels. Right? You begin to, stop identifying with the thoughts and forgive yourself for it and come back down here. And now all of a sudden it's, well, what if this isn't true? So I will ask you, okay, when it comes to dealing with that next thought, what if this isn't true? What is a way that you could propose to yourself to work with that?
I mean, I honestly, I almost don't know. Because I feel like I'm, like you said, I'm searching for, it's giving lack Olympics right now. It really is.
Not.
Arguing for my limitations.
You're just judging. You're judging yourself. It's not giving lack Olympics. Let's okay. Look, have you seen somebody manifest somebody before?
Yeah. Okay.
Hold up, Sierra. You have manifested stuff before, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So what more proof do you need? What are you looking for?
I love that question because I don't have an answer.
Exactly. Because you are trying to believe intellectually versus simply accepting the truth. You will constantly be looking. You don't even know what your goal is. You're constantly going to be searching and searching and seeking an excuse instead of coming to the present moment and soothing yourself and knowing, accepting and knowing and making that your habit, right? It's acceptance is a practice, right? Allow yourself to practice the acceptance of knowing that you are the truth, that everything that you desire is already done, right? Or else you're gonna keep going down this path where you're constantly searching, and you don't even know what you're looking for. I'll tell you, there's no amount of proof. There's no amount of success stories. There's no amount of information. There's no amount of live streams, no amount of books that will jump for you. There's no amount of any of that will accept the truth, right? So from now on, your practice is the acceptance. And anything that shows up that implies you're not it, the practice is in working through that. No, even with this doubt, I'm still it. It's instead of seeking outwardly, it's what? Accepting inwardly. Meet the desire to seek outwardly with the acceptance inwardly. Even here when I'm seeking, and even here when I'm fiending like an information addict to find another thing to prove to me. No, I am perfect, right? Because even the timeline question, I was surprised that you asked that because it feels like that was a long time ago that you asked that question before. So if you're constantly just seeking, I need to understand this before I can trust. You have to remember, you're trying to understand the infinite. There's no understanding of the infinite, right? It's about being, accepting and being. That becomes your primary task, is to accept and be.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Just marinating in what you said.
Okay.
Because I know that, I inherently know that there are not, there's no amount of, lives, comments, TikToks, books, snippets, YouTube shorts, whatever, that will sit here and prove to me, because I know that, that's how it works,
Yeah.
you know? And I think we all kind of know that. And I think I find, and I know you've been saying this recently of just trying to get you're never going to get the ego on board, right? Like that's just never going to happen. And I think I've been in this space of trying to convince it of, going from being frustrated with those thoughts or the doubts or whatever of just wanting to get them to go away. But essentially what I'm kind of taking from this is like you saying that like you're never going to understand the infinite. You just sit there and accept that this is how things work and go back to the knowing.
Right. You know enough, right? You go back to that knowing. At what point will the information be enough? At this point, you know that reality is you. This is all you. It's all you. It's all within you. This is all I am. This is all consciousness. This is all awareness. It's all you. So at what point is that going to be enough for you to just choose what you want from there?
It's never going to be enough. You just have to accept it and jump out of the plane,
Yep.
essentially.
Exactly. You got this.
Okay. I appreciate you so much. One thing about me is that I make a short story long, but I appreciate you so much. I know we all do, but I appreciate you chatting with me and just giving your insight, and I will let someone else experience your wisdom. I'll pop off of here. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you more.
Okay, I'll be in the comments.
All right, I know you will.
Favorite Freaky Young. Please keep it down this evening.
Appreciate you.
Okay, bye.
Later. Oh, wait. All right, let's take a deep breath. Damn, we've been on here since 7 a.m. All right, y'all. We ain't gonna do 24 hours. We might have one more conversation and I'll be out of here.
Hey Alex, can I ask a question if nobody else doesn't want to go? I'll go after you. Okay. Are you sure? Because I already had a chance, so I don't want to.
No, don't worry, you're good. I'll go ahead.
So I have a genuine question about like getting clarity out of a situation. How do you like? So just to give you some context, my SP and I, we have been in no contact during this entire journey of me trying to get him. We were never in a relationship. So I was, for me, like he checked off all the boxes. So, I've been trying to manifest him back because every time I met someone else, like my mind just kept going back to him. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to try this because everyone's talking about manifestation. And sort of like he led me on this spiritual path. So I have that, so that's the story for my SP. But there are other people that are reaching out and they want to like pursue me. And like I'm at a point where like I'm getting tired of just waiting for things to happen, right? I know you said like it's all about decision and just accepting that you have it. But, like the mind comes in and jumps in and says like you've been at this for so long. So are you gonna keep doing this until you're 40 or something? Like, and then like I'm like genuinely confused because I don't know if I want to keep going at this or just pursue someone else. Like, what would you do when you're like in a place where you lack clarity? How do you allow the answer to come to you?
Should I choose? I choose what the answer is going to be, right? So, okay, here we go.
But like I'm not like I don't know though. Like how do I choose when I don't even know?
This is kind of the same question that we were talking about earlier, right? It's the exact same thing. It's Well, if there's no reason for you to choose right now, don't choose. If you feel like you need to make a choice, okay, on dropping this or continuing, this is what I'll ask you, okay? I'll ask you these questions. Are you dropping it because you want to give up, because you want something different, or are you secretly hoping that dropping it is going to get you what you want?
I think I would give up only because I'm just like tired of just waiting.
Okay, cool. So you're tired of waiting. So you've been doing this like work. Right? So we talked about this earlier. It's going to always cause you suffering when you try to believe instead of know. When you try to force the mind to believe something, it is going to lead to suffering. Because the mind is not built to grasp what it does not see. The mind is a tool meant for walking this earth. It's a tool for conscious awareness. So you're saying, well, I'm confused and I don't know if I'm going to be doing this until I'm 40 and yada, yada. All of those things it's mind identification. It's you trying to force your mind into conforming. But your mind, the brain, the ego, if you feel good, yeah, you'll have a little bit of belief. But if it doesn't feel good, you're going to swing on to doubt. You make a decision and choose and simply accept that decision as the truth of what will happen. Now, you're telling me, okay, well, I don't know what to choose. You know what you want. If you wanted to give up, you would have been given up, right? We're often just looking for these permission slips. What should I do? Give me a dopamine hit so I can keep going down the path of what I already want. You know what you want. If you didn't want it, you wouldn't want it. So it's you deciding that this is the truth of who you are. You accept this as the truth, right? You're still trying to, instead of accepting it as just a truth of your existence, you're trying to do the battle up here, the battle of belief, the battle between belief and doubt, which just leads down this long path of, oh, if I don't feel good, now I can't get it. If I feel confident, oh, yes, it's coming. I'm in the state of wish fulfilled. None of that is a state of wish fulfilled. I am is beyond doubt. It's beyond belief. It's just the truth.
May I add to that as well?
Absolutely, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you, host, for having me up. Hello, everyone. In the movie, I am Shape's guide when I know that I am the true I, which all of you are the I. The I, there is the paradox between what host speaks of, who has great clarity in knowing that the true I of awareness, of pure consciousness, is the true I. There is the movie playing where there's the identity, the actor within the movie. That too we give recognition to because it is through recognition we gain clarity. So through recognition we learn what it is and what it is not. We do not judge, we simply just observe. So in that recognition, the identity is recognized. It appears to be real, but that does not mean it is true. Mm-hmm. It appears within the movie. So how do we get clarity? Let's start with questions. What is real? Is the past real? Is the future real? Is the moment real? If you say the moment is real, I would agree. The moment is presence. That is awareness. That is true. That is the screen, the infinite screens that all appear within. So the appearances are transitory. The thoughts, the feelings, the sensations, the experiences are transitory. You do not invest truth in transitory. That is moving. That is the movie moving on the screen. It does not affect the screen. Just like the mirror stays constant. It is the reflection in the mirror that is moving. So in that analogy, awareness is the mirror. In the other, the awareness is the screen. That is the true I, which is that which all of our movies are simultaneously playing on the same infinite screen. So within those movies, we are the actor We are the writer. We are the viewer. And we are none of the above because the true I is the awareness, which all appears within. And when there's recognition of awareness and oneness, that is oneness. That is non-separation. And that's what Shape Sky had to kind of go through the struggle. At first, he looked at it as a struggle, as an obstacle to overcome, to figure out how can the identity within the movie be recognized, and I appreciate qualities in my identity, but at the same time give recognition to oneness, because identity within the movie is rooted in separation, where oneness is non-separation. How can they go? Which they do. They coexist. It's a coexisting. There is no choice of this over that. It is, if it helps the mind to look at it in hierarchy, there's the big I and the little I. The little I is the identity within the movie. They appear to be real and we give great meaning to them, but that is not true. It is fleeting. What is true is the moment. It has been here since you've been born, since you were little, to when you were a teenager, to right now. It has never changed. It is constant. It is the moment. It is present. That is true. So when we can have a grounding of what is true and what is not, then clarity comes in through recognition. And a shift can occur. That shift, that first shift is vital. That is the shift of noticing the programming, the conditioning, that both has happened from the exterior and the interior. And once that is noticed, there's no going back. And then you can maybe rest in awareness through meditation, however you need. It is something best experienced rather than described. And perhaps silence is a good tool for that. But awareness is always here. It is not a place that we are separate from. We have always been here in the moment. That's why there's a familiarity that when you hear words of awareness and I and pure consciousness, and that perhaps it resonates with you like a distant voice of a long lost friend, that you think that you left, but you never left home. You just remember that you never left. And I'll lastly say that in that remembering, that you are the moment. So in that remembering, you remember that the moment is perfect and whole. And there is no need to struggle to grow, because there is no need to grow, because if you grow, you are saying that it needs something else. In this moment, this is the last thing I'll ask anyone here. In this moment, this very moment, is anything lacking? Is
Never.
anything really needed?
Not
No.
at all.
And you do not need knowledge to remember. It is a simple, that which you are familiar with. You do not need to try, you do not need to do, simply be. And that is it. That's all I try to do as Shape Sky, bring recognition to awareness, bring awareness to awareness. That is the only intention here. And this, again, the host has clarity. So you hear, it's the channeling through. It's the channeling through the host. It's the channeling through myself. It's channeling through others. It's the same voice. It's pure consciousness. It's source speaking. Now I'm Shape Sky in the movie. I'm Mike. Okay? I have that identity and I value that, but that is not the true I. When the shades go on, the channeling comes through. That is the true source. And that is the same I for all of you. We are not separate. We are the same I. We are, if you like to say, God.
Beautiful.
I don't know. It all points to the same thing. So thank you so much for letting me share.
I love the way you articulate, my brother. I appreciate you. Right? It's that identification, right? When we become aware of it, right? When we ask that question, right? Who is thinking? Who truly am I, right? Who is this I that I'm referring to, right? We get clarity, and in that clarity, we can see that, okay, there is a character, but there's a greater part of me that's just untouched. It's untouched by anything that character goes through, right? I love that analogy because it's indicative of just that crucifixion story where Jesus, right? Your I am awareness was not healed because he reversed the crucifixion. The crucifixion, quote unquote, happened. It was the ability to understand that the true self cannot be pierced. It can't be crucified. And so this is the remembrance that we're constantly being called to come back to. The remembrance that that circumstance, the more that when I identify with these illusory things, right? The actual movie screen, the situations that happen, the emotions, the thoughts, all of those things, when I believe that is the true self, I'm crucifying myself. I'm keeping myself tied up with the illusion. But I can always just fall back, relax, and remember.
Princess treatment, no service.
What's up?
Are you sure?
Oh, go up.
I know, I heard her and I was like, I'm way back.
All right. So whenever we girl, go having a whole conversation out there, I'll let you go up. All right. So now when we actually realize that, oh no, I have that divine opportunity to remember that the divine part of me is never touched. I can always remove myself from that suffering, all right, and remember who I am. Nah, you good, Glow. I love you. I love you.
I have a question. So, like, knowing that we are all identities, like, how do we pick the identity that we want to be and, like, keep choosing it? Because that's, like, something that I've kind of struggled with a little bit because I know so much and it's, like, a beautiful thing. But, like, knowing as much as I know, it's almost like sometimes it feels like too much. And it's like I feel like I'm switching from one identity to another, and I want that stability of picking the identity that I want to be in and just stay there.
What makes you think that the one time that you chose wasn't enough?
I don't know. I just feel like maybe like my thoughts kind of like throw me off or something, or I don't know. Like I feel like I don't believe in the thoughts, but I think that I kind of have to like fight them a little bit. And like I've experienced, some scary stuff. That was kind of like how I awakened. So I think that old identity is like scared,
But there's okay, cool, sure, right? You're creating all of these different illusions that you have to now battle with. The thoughts, the old self, the new self, right? That's kind of a lot of work. All right, you have this eternal part of you, this God part of you, and this God part of you, it's already done. Okay, it's already done. The only thing that you can do moving forward is that when you remember, you bring yourself back to this moment and you realize that it's done. It's all unfolding perfectly. The thoughts don't matter, right? So when you remember, you already know the information. I can tell by just how you answered that. And because you understand the information, it's simply you reminding yourself that the thoughts don't matter. Coming back to this moment, resting in I am, resting in the truth of who you are, and then allowing everything to unfold from there.
But if we're supposed to, like, let's say, like, I'm manifesting an SP or, like, money or whatever, like, we're supposed to, like, basically feel into the identity where that's, like, already real. So if I'm, like, feeling into it and then I'm not, does that mean, that I'm not in that identity anymore?
No, it doesn't mean anything. That just means you don't feel a certain type of way. Do you believe that if you had the thing that you wanted, you would always be happy? You would always feel the exact same way, or would you still have days where you feel differently?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So why? Yeah. So if that's the case, then why are you having your desire conditional based on an emotion?
Right, yeah.
Now,
make it more unconditional.
Exactly. So now, even that comment, right? So Adriana, you said you have to live as if you already had it. If I have $10 in the bank account, how do I live like I'm a millionaire?
I feel like you just act as if.
How? I only have $10. How can I act like a millionaire?
Well, you just like assume that the money's gonna come.
I assume that the money's going to come. So that's not acting as if. Right? So, go ahead.
No. It's only a restriction.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I canceled it. Yeah. So, so
But
if
I would, if any of you, when you're finished, I would love to share.
go ahead, brother.
Notice notice the attaching, okay? It comes through, it's revealed in the way that the choice of words, that you feel this, or, attaching to the feeling. Meaning, I would offer the suggestion to remember that all are transitory. These feelings, they just arise and they fall. We do not need to hold them. But if they are appearing consistently, then that is maybe a time to go back, maybe do some shadow work, look at where the attachment is. So it's not a fighting the feelings. That's like quicksand. It's like pushing against the quicksand, and you're just going to go deeper in. It's more of a recognizing the feelings and not attaching to them. Because when you detach from the story, the feelings soften, the thoughts soften, and again, bring recognition to that all can be recognized. So feelings and the ego and the thoughts, they are not those to be destroyed. They are those to be let be. Okay? So when we let them be, and feelings feel and thoughts think, freedom and infinite is created. But I don't want to get ahead of myself with that. It's more of a recognizing that you are attached. So because you're held to something, those feelings feel really intensely to you, and you are owning them in a way. Where I'm simply suggesting to think about them as clouds. You are transparent. They just drift in and out. You can notice them, but you do not need to hold them. And that's in the being. And again, to simply be, you do not need to try. You do not need to do. You just be. So when you're presented with two choices, you could say one choice is good and one choice is bad. But you could also say a third, that they are just simply choices. And you let them be choices. Let thoughts think. Do not try to manage them. Notice them. Let them be free. It is in the trying to fight that we are fighting against ourselves. So I know it's almost like for the mind, the hardest thing, but it's also the simplest thing. To kind of let go of the attachments. That would be the final thing there. Is just explore that phrase. I'm not saying, I'm just...
I'm God, so if I don't want to experience having certain thoughts, then I should be able to just not have those thoughts, like, come up in my awareness.
Well, again, we recognize that there are two identities here. The true I that you speak of God, yes, is awareness. But awareness does not judge, it does not do, it does not try. It simply observes and notices and maybe reflects. Okay? But there's nothing past that there. It doesn't care, it doesn't judge. It just simply observes and reflects. So when you say, I am the God, yes, you are correct with that. But you also acknowledge the identity within the movie that you are attached to. Some things maybe have occurred, I don't know, where when the feelings come up, they get so intense that they consume you and confuse you, rather than just letting them be feelings that are not your feelings. It sounds so strange, but I've stopped saying I have feelings or I have thoughts, because in theory I do not have them.
You just don't identify with them. You don't, I get it.
Yeah, they appear and disappear, they arise and they fall, they are transitory. So the identity and the ego within the movie is what creates, but you let it be. Identify it, say that's the ego. Or, there's just my identity.
Right.
But you know that that's not the truth.
If I want, like, a new story, then
Yes.
do I, like, write, like, a new story? Like,
I would offer, for Shapes. Recently he had an experience there where it was more of a visualizing two different timelines. And I saw them quite clearly. And the long story short, I leaned into the timeline that I wanted to go into. and just simply leaned in. I didn't try anymore, I didn't put much effort, I just leaned in because I could see it. So when you ask, what do I do with the manifesting and all that type of stuff? Visualize, lean in, and then you may notice, for shapes, abundance came in, synchronicities came in. I did realize in that moment that I was the director and the writer of the play. I stepped outside of the actor. I was the writer. That identity that we speak of within the movie, that too does not need to be locked in stone. That's what you're questioning. How can the identity be shifting, and maybe I can control it or have some type of say in it? So it's not about manifesting. You don't manifest things that you already are not, that you don't have. Okay? So once you, again, for me, it was the leaning in, and I knew that I was going there. Okay? I knew it. And through that knowing, some might say the frequency changes. That is the truth. You cannot sit there on a frequency and dialing up some other frequency saying, I want this, I want this, I want this. You're already saying you are lacking what you already have.
So I've already, just to be clear, I've already manifested what I wanted multiple times, but then I would feel like I would fall out of the awareness where I had it, and then it would go away. Mm-hmm. So, you know what I mean? So making it conditional, I guess. Yeah.
Well, perhaps I would offer that in that sentence that you fell out of it, do not try to, awareness, when we try to describe it, it is not it. It is the infinite field in which all appear. So it is not a location. It is not a thing. So when you say, I fell out of it, you are already positioning yourself away from it. What I'm here to remind you is that you never left.
Right. It's always been mine. Yeah.
Well,
but I want to experience it in my 3D consistently. So
we can have different states of awareness, and where we're we say we're aware of this, or really we're talking about our attention, where our attention lies. What I would say is that there is not my attention or my awareness or your awareness. There is simply awareness, and that is the I that we speak of. That is the God that you speak of. So it's awareness. So be conscious of the subconscious. Be conscious of the wording, which is the story that you're telling. Each one of you have a story. And what is true to you in that story, what again is real is real. It's what you perceive and how you make it. The event is the event. We can have the same event with 10 people here, and each one of us is going to have a different experience from the way we perceive that one single event. Notice how much of it is in the mind. So, rest in knowing that they two coexist of the identities, but know the true I is awareness. You never left it. You don't have to get it back. It's already here. You're within it. It's like the cloud looking for the sky. You're already there. Okay? And that is the true you, true I. Everything else, be aware that that is the story. And yes, you can be the director. You don't need to just sit back. If you choose to, you be the viewer.
I know.
Yeah, you got it. You already know. We all know. It's more of a remembering.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Beautifully stated.
Thank you.
Beautifully, beautifully stated. All right, so I'm gonna give y'all about 5 minutes. It's been a marathon. Anybody got a
When
laugh?
you said what I was about to say, when you started speaking about everything being neutral, nothing is good or bad, everything is neutral. I was about to say, but we are here to make choices, even if everything is neutral. How are you gonna live a life if you see that everything is neutral? Are you just gonna sit there and observe? You can't. You have you have within all of those thoughts that you have, there's a certain life that you want. So you have to pick out of that neutrality. You have to pick one. But at the end of his speech, let's say like that, he just mentioned it. So actually, what I was gonna say is just cancel itself out. Let's say it like that.
What I would, excuse me, I would did say, though, that neutrality is very specific, actually. That path of neutrality, which leads to harmony, it is not balance. Balance is a prerequisite for it. But it's simply, yes, the neutral. It is not ambiguous. It is poignant. It is the eye of the storm. In the storm, there is the high pressure meeting the low pressure. That is the duality. That is the good versus bad. That is the balance. And that is a prerequisite to get to the middle, the synthesis, which is the eye of the storm, which is the calmest part of the storm. So yes, in that position, you are very, very aware. And how many sides are there to a coin? Some might say there are two heads and tails. I would argue that there are three. Some might say it's just the coin. The third is the neutral that I speak of here. The inner edge, which actually, if you were to throw the coin, can do the most damage. It is very specific.
Even to add on that, right, we often think of even kind of yin and yang, right? The positive and negative, the masculine and feminine. We can think of them as two, when really there's always three, right? There still is always that observer, right? The positive, the negative, the observer, right? We consider that observer to be kind of the neutral, that center point of reality. Yeah, that's it. All right, y'all, we got 3 minutes. I'm going to say 2.5 minutes. What else do we want to talk about? Any last minute questions? Cool. I appreciate y'all's time today. I think this has been fun. I think this has been helpful. I think there was a lot of light bulb moments. Of course, this is all on YouTube, right? This is all on YouTube, so you can always go back to it. So we're all in this journey together. I truly appreciate all of y'all. Appreciate the questions. Appreciate the feedback. Appreciate the pushback. Appreciate the comments. Appreciate y'all helping each other, man. Because you all deserve to have what you want. Cool. All right. Love y'all. And we'll talk to you all very, very, very soon. Okay.